Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は154日目です。Is day 154? Today is the day before our second second peak day. And our second peak day is going to have a lot of things. Like, look at all those things. I don't... Has it always been this much? Huh, I wonder how many vocabulary words we're going to have. That's a lot of characters. So tomorrow is going to be a fairly busy day. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Okay. Yep. So, brace, I suppose. Brace. Typically, the second peak day is distributed to the level up, right? So the more I do here tomorrow, the less the volume is going to be for the level up day. Generally, level up days are double stacks. They are stacks of whatever is left over. So in this case, there are only 5 characters left over. And those end up stacking with whatever is unlocked on level 16. So this level up was kinda normal, like the previous levels, but this tomorrow is gonna be pretty big. We'll see how the vibe goes. But that also means the day before level up day is like nothing. So today we have 5 reviews. However, yesterday was triple stacking. So we got a lot of things. Yeah, there it is from yesterday. We got a lot of things to go over before we do it. Okay, so an opportunity to reinforce. So see if I can come up something else suits my fancy. So we had Bakasu, right? Bakasu. So Bakasu, we got the change into what? A sheep. Ba, that's what we have here. And Kasu doesn't really flow with his, so we're going with, we're gonna cuss someone out to trick them into anger, like a compromise situation, right? Trickers, you trick someone into anger, and the meaning is to trick. So there's that. And then the next one was wow. I really don't take liberty of my space, huh? On that one. What? So osowaru, right? Osowaru. Oops. Osowaru. And osowaru, not so we have teach, right? However, this wa, in my opinion, I typically think of wa and whatnot. We're thinking in the opposite direction, so we're gonna think other direction. And that is to learn something. Or learn from something from someone. And for teach, this then pivots to take an opportunity, right? We have oshi. So oshieru for teaching. Also infamous for now. Saru. Saru. And I'm gonna interpret this off of Chinese. To go. And to go, like, I got to go, right? I got to go. Leave. It does blend with the mnemonic. Like, if you see someone running at you with a saw, then you gotta leave quickly. That's kind of the somewhat of the mnemonic for that. So to leave. Next one was a kanji. Cho. That's to investigate. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this, other than we're gonna tie it to, or it's investigate. I'm gonna tie it to investigate. So to investigate. This is a pretty loose one. To investigate, which is not cho. It's... Oh, I actually made a mistake on this yesterday. I think I said shito I'm using shitoberi as a Chinese linker. So I'm thinking strawberry, which comes off as shitoberi. Shitoberi. And because of shitoberi, it's actually kind of what it reminds me of is the essence of shitoberi. It's actually shira. But the mnemonic works pretty well too. Like she loves someone else, so shira. So why are you investigating? You're investigating someone who loves someone else, right? So shira is shiraberu is actually the to investigate. So a little bit misnomer. I wrote shido because I think of shidoberi. Not the greatest, but you gotta work with what you got until it sits. Next one was temporary. Temporary is kind of a not great right now. I don't know if it's vertical or horizontal first. Karini, right? Karini. Oops. So karini, this is what is temporary in a matter-of-fact way, like temporarily is supposing. Or assuming, or something that you're thinking temporarily, right? Was just supposing, and that's really all I got. This character does have an element of that in many other contexts. So or other words. So I think that's okay. And then the most disappointing of yesterday was probably this. Omowazu, right? Omowazu. Disappointing in the sense that things that dealing with omo comes up a lot. They kind of vary quite a bit. The idea of thought, think, intent. Oftentimes intent and thinking and things that you're thinking about have either intention and or figurative, like it can be figurative and literal a lot of times. And this stuff, I do dedicate quite a little bit of attention to this because thinking, intent, unintentional, that type of thing is very nuanced in my opinion, in terms of language a lot of times. And I do quite, for lack of a better word, think about it. In this case, we're doing the wa again. So for me, so it's the other direction. So if you're not thinking about something or intending something, it's unintentional. Or unintentionally. That's what we're relying on. So those are the ones. There were like 3 others, but they're more on the weaker side. Either explained by the idea that they're unique in the pool of WaniKani stuff, and or they are relatively new. So not to give them the opportunity to repeat. All right. That's it for the stuff that we picked up in over 340, I think it was like 340 reviews. It feels like it was the current level 15 and maybe like level 13 and then like level 11 or something. Unfortunately, there's no breakdown of those things, kind of like HanziHero, where there's apparently there were summary pages before, and I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but it hasn't returned, and there's lots of people who have adjusted it. So I might add a summary page to it, to this workflow, in order for me to see visibly myself where the groups, it gives me an idea of how long it's, right? I do not have any aspect of how long it's been. Now you can trust the SRS system to account for that. So like what works under the hood stays under the hood, and you don't have to actually look under the hood. But for myself, I'm not necessarily here to try like just go in a blind eye. I kind of like to know how things are working as well. Actually, that's one of my main reasons to even consider using SRS or a website or something, is the idea of understanding how things work, not necessarily what the results are. The results are going to really work out most of the time because I invest most of the time on how it works. Like, you can learn by the best method without actually ever understanding how the method actually works. You can learn and know a lot of statistics, which has happened in the last couple of days. You can blurt out a bunch of statistics and conclusions and results to present a case without actually understanding, without requiring to know what the methodology was involved. And oftentimes when I present a challenge to the process of those comments, like what is the functionality or the application of those products, like your motivations would be one for creativity, right? When you're creating a piece of work, one of the process to understand the creator is understanding their motivations, how their backgrounds feed into their creation. And yesterday, I think I got my answer when it comes to interacting with people who approaches me with a product or like their stuff that they want feedback on. And I realized that, yeah, I don't typically commit to individuals who can't even explain their motivations and their creative intent behind their products. I like to know that. That is actually part of business transactions. Transparency is something that I value quite a lot. However, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to be working with someone who is capable of transparency. Like, what I mean by that is informative transparency. So some people could be very transparent and say, well, I don't know, I'm just winging it, it's random. That's being transparent too, it's being genuine, right? However, for myself, out of professional courtesy, I like to make it very clear that I typically, unless there's other coincidences that come about that ends up tying the relationship, business transactions are required that I have a very clear understanding or impression that the person I'm speaking to know what they intend to do, be able to express it on the account that when I say something or review something, I'm also held accountable for what I say based on the other person's product, right? So in my opinion, that allows me consistency in not becoming associated with potentially non-professional and or other consequence or unforeseen consequence. It's not that it's going to eliminate or completely prevent something from happening. It's to mitigate and increase the rate of success in terms of investment. So I invest in people, not like, if someone's very successful, it doesn't matter if I invest in them or not. If someone's going to become successful, it doesn't matter if I invest in them or not. They're going to become successful, right? If they know, they do it. So the privilege is mine to use, but I haven't often been in a position in which something about my influence can propel someone else's success, except for a very particular circumstance. And that's the circumstance that I spend most of my time doing. As in, someone who maybe has lifestyle management problems, or having decision-making problems, or quality of life problems, or they feel they have those problems. And then I kind of see it, maybe through an interaction with them. Is how I choose how to invest in people without them asking for it. Like, to me, I can see that I can be helpful indirectly by, I don't know, indirectly doing things and suggesting things, leveling up motivation and whatnot. Those are things that I can see that if I invest in time, there's a likelihood that I can make a positive or like a functional impact on someone. But when someone approaches me with a creative product, I have not that much input or specialty in a creative product. I barely publish any written things. The only thing I've ever published in my life were scientific. So when someone asks me for feedback, for creative input, or I don't know, their hobby, I need to know more about the person. And when someone says, hey, would you review my thing, right? For me, at minimum, that requires a vision. And if it's not a vision, a requirement of describing what the process is. As in, you can vibe code if you want it, but if you don't understand what the pros and cons of that vibe coding, I don't see how much of my feedback can be helpful. And that's maybe an excuse for myself, but I prefer that when someone asks me, oh, do you need, I can make things for you. Do you need, like, do you want anything that I can make? I'm like, well, may I ask, why are you asking me? Right? So how did you get here? Did you intend that? What is it about me that made it your target to suggest something? I want to know, because entering a business transaction, however small, however trivial, can lead to longer business transactions. I think we had someone had a hot debate with me about the cost risk benefits of always taking the forward investment on someone at the opportunity or chances of an extended relationship, right? I think that's the balance of professionalism. Oh, I think it was like the East and West culture thing, where there's a proper decorum expected, largely because professionalism can very well be easier, for sure, or harder when it comes to the complexity of the nature. Professional relationships may not necessarily be the same as intimate relations. Oh, that was like the parental relationship with the professional relationship. However, professional relationships can be temporary if you so choose, or an everlasting opportunity through the rest of your career. So I try at most to not leave trails of body and rejected offers, or rejected opportunities. So it's probably why I don't collaborate wholeheartedly. I attempted to be a little bit loose about collaborations and whatnot, and that's largely because I think the standard model nowadays is that business transactions are made by people who often are unable to communicate what their intents are and how they are mutually invested in each other. So relationships, however short or long, are predicated on that success, in my opinion, on that upfront thing. If we're just chatting about things and it's often a one-way exchange, and or some sort of you're wrong, I'm right situation, then even though I may continue to try to invest in it, realistically, I don't see that type of relationship to last more than a year, if not less than a year, if not less than an hour. And sure enough, the last conversation I had yesterday lasted like 30 minutes. Because as much as I like investing in people who are very motivated and outgoing, and they're usually younger, those are times, especially younger people, are times in which they favor short relationships and they look at things in the short term, oftentimes. So their communication style and their ability to talk and interact with another person is often for the short term. And short term is nice, but I treat it like nice, like that, unless they convince me otherwise. But I typically try to go for the long term. And it is a gigantic red flag when your first interaction with someone that might provide feedback, or you're suggesting you target someone that might make your career, someone that jumpstarts your career. The first thing you do is not try to gaslight them. Like, hey, my product is really cool. Like, I just started. It's like, oh, I'm not that. Like the whole time, yesterday's comment was, it could be a possible language barrier. That's how it's related to language. or a cultural barrier. But generally speaking, when you want to establish a relationship with someone, especially one that you're asking for feedback, the first thing you think about when you're communicating is not relying on the idea that you keep telling the person whatever they say is not what you think. So don't ask for feedback. Like, despite not even reading the product, if an individual starts talking back to the person you're asking for feedback, I doubt the intent was to get feedback, because what would they look for? If you say that I don't agree with this point of view, it's like, well, actually you're wrong. Like, then why start with the feedback in the first place? And that's usually youth a lot of times, in my opinion, in experience. And it's an element of professional relationships. When you're in a professional relationship with someone else, like for creative product and development, it requires mutual understanding that there are different perspectives. Unless you want to surround yourself with individuals who only agree with you, then go for it. I'm not one of those people. I typically am not. If I do end up agreeing with you, oftentimes that is a form of coincidence. Coincidence in the sake of I happen to have the same opinion you do. And oftentimes that involves having to deal with the idea or the prospect that when you ask for feedback, you're ready to consider the idea that maybe this is not what I thought. Otherwise, hire employees. Start a business, become your own boss. You're not looking for feedback. You're looking to have other people work under you. And it was pretty wild when I offered a life antidote and someone could so comfortably say, well, actually, you're wrong. I'm like, well, actually, none of my feedback matters then. Because if you can actually tell me how I live my life and what I think about my life events, then you're not looking for feedback. You're looking for minions. You're looking for shills. People that tell you what you want to hear every day. And being a boss can help with that, right? Employees operate under you. Of course, that is still not how incredibly successful entrepreneurs manage things. They actually manage by creating working professional relationships with their employees, and that leads to long employee retention. So even then, someone who continuously project their own opinion despite being trivial, not understanding what their product is going to be, have no clear indication that they understand who they're talking to, would be any more successful if they were able to be open-minded, because there's no clear vision. That's kind of like asking an investor, I have a product, I have a beginning, I sort of have the end of the idea, but I have nothing else completed. And then the investor would be like, okay, so there's no product here, really. I can't see the product. So if you want my time and investment, can you explain to me what you think the product was going to be? Can you explain a little bit about yourself? What is it that makes me want to invest my time in you? And this sounds all business and political like, but professionalism allows interactions between strangers to be more consistent until it is not a stranger-stranger interaction. Sometimes when you exercise proper decorum, this affects Japanese and Chinese culture. Things are initiated consistently between strangers, not even necessarily professionally. That is more accepted as Eastern culture decorum, as in what are strangers can become friends, but there are set things that I'm talking about. The things that I'm talking about are actually the typical steps, or with some loose context clues, are actually the typical steps in order to maintain high chances of leading to longer relationships. So it's more like they're different parts of making possible relationships. I think the internet has kind of eroded that to a great extent, because you no longer have to figure out what other people's opinions are or their motivation. It just is what it is. So when it's kind of ironic, because the person that I spoke to last time said they are well versed in internet culture. The irony is I actually believe them, but not necessarily well versed in the sense of experienced in internet culture. They are well versed in how to behave in the internet culture, as in telling people what's right and wrong, and telling people what they should and should not say to them, and ignoring and leaving whenever they think that will promote some sort of behavioral response that they desire. Right? If you leave one person and you leave another 100 people because you don't like what they have to say to you in a critical manner, then at some point that will be the social norm. And then they could accept the idea that no one's going to ever like their piece of work. That's kind of one of those pits of despair that can happen, right? Yeah, and that's kind of where I enter the picture a lot of times. Well, how do you climb out from that or get a different perspective? You ask someone who tries to stay open-minded, regardless if you disagree with them or not, to balance it. Something like that. Anyways, I thought I'd share a little bit of anecdote from yesterday. It certainly is telling. High school student, and very internet cultured for sure, because we clearly came from different countries, different cultural backgrounds, and I would say the internet is the great equalizer. You state a bunch of facts, add a bunch of different large numbers, and pass it off as wisdom. When the person that's interested is asking about you, I wasn't asking about other people. A working business relationship is between the people in the business transaction, not everyone else. So if you go around trying to educate someone while not saying anything about your own motivation, like, I don't even know who I'm in business with other than someone who can spout out details about things, like go Google it and whatnot. It's like, well, I want to know what you know. I don't want to know what the internet knows. So if you're getting me to read your stuff or asking me for stuff, I can't even trust you. Right? Like, when I'm sure this is relatable to even internet cultured people, I suppose, that if you don't know anything about the other person, you are less and less likely to trust them or be able to trust them. And that's how I keep myself safe. I don't click on links and whatnot, largely because someone said this was awesome. Like, well, I want to know who I'm talking to. I like to play video games by knowing what the developers are like, because I'm investing in long-term relationships. Parasocial relationships can be long-term. Like, you are influenced. I mentioned John Green and Hank Green. Quite often it's because I listen to their content quite often. So it would dramatically improve my consistency if I actually understood a little bit about, or be able to collect or understand a bit about their person, right? By the sheer nature, the content they put out, is an expression of themselves, not some sort of business transaction that you're trying to achieve. So I don't know if it's going to be too laborious for other people, but I certainly find it very educational when I'm constantly motivated to understand the person and not necessarily the product. The product is often an extension of the person. Now, this can get a little bit hairy because oftentimes when people attack the product, they might not understand the person. The person is the source of the product. So that can be a little hairy. You know, some people make the thing where it goes the other way around too, where, oh, this product sucks, so the person's personality must suck too. That's not really the case, right? Go to the source, right? Often the source is far more explicit or informative than an extension of the product. It's kind of like a language. Let's tie it back to language. A language attempts to capture what the person is trying to express. It is composed of as many details and nuances as possible to capture what the person's expressing. So if you look at the language and you realize that there are things that it cannot communicate, then it kind of gives you an idea that the most things you can gather is the source of the communication, which is the person, and language is one of the avenues. Nonverbal communication is another one. What is not said but seen as well, what is heard, what is created as well, are extensions of the person, but not the entirety of the person. And it's incredibly telling when you say you want to go and write something for other people and you can't even explain what you're writing to another person. That's why am I a little bit critical about that nowadays? I can't tell you how many times now when someone says, oh, this is my work, and it turns out to be AI generated. And what I mean by that is, how do I know it's AI generated? I don't know for sure that it's AI generated in the terms of looking at it. Like I didn't like study, oh, this is AI, this pattern that indicates it. No, I asked the person, can you describe your work? Like, tell me something that the product can't tell me. That is ownership of your work. So when someone goes and talks to me in like, for language, for example, if someone talks to me in a certain way and I read their work and there's no indication that that's how they view things, I'm like, are you sure this is your work? That's one of the telltale signs of a teacher, like a high school teacher, reading something and like, I don't believe you wrote this. And then the students say, I definitely wrote it. Prove it. Tell me what you have written in the work, or at least paraphrase it to an extent that will reflect the work. And for me, yesterday, when I was talking to this person, I'm not even entirely sure if whatever they place on that paper wasn't plagiarized and or AI generated, because they were unable to explain what they have already written. That's kind of funny because you might be thinking, oh, but that's AI, it's new technology, and that has been done before, and this problem haven't existed. No, it have existed even prior to the internet or the AI. It's called plagiarism. Oftentimes, blatant plagiarism has the same red flags as the communication style. Now, hear me out. I still give the benefit of the doubt to the person. So I give them chances. I ask them, what are you inspired by? Like, what are the things? Because oftentimes articulation is sidelined by the enrichment for typographical or visual expression. So they might be far more elegant in typing as opposed to speech, or maybe their dialogue, conversational skills is not as great as their compositional skills, right? So instead, I ask questions to ascertain if these things are true, and that's what working relationships are. How do you get steady, successful rates of professionalism and adequate business relationships with each other? You become, quote unquote, a better judge of character. But that's not judging in the form of presumptions and or stereotypes and discrimination. It's judgment of character in a way that it can create amicable relationships between the people, right? You use that judge of character in order to validate if your judge of character is accurate, right? So it's very often brought up that miscommunication can happen when you're learning a target language. But miscommunication is not the result. It does not end or result in a determined outcome. It's how you resolve them, or how you're able to judge if there is potential to overcome these problems and misunderstandings or limitations. When someone comes up and if you're gonna blatantly say you're wrong, then I'm out. That's step one. Like, front door, you enter the door and say like, you're wrong, I'm gonna leave. That's like bare minimum communication. Bare minimum. If you think that going to a stranger and asking for their feedback and you start by you're wrong, I would say that's like communication 101. How to not screw it up in the first 10 minutes. Saying the person you're asking for an opinion is wrong. And that's a great way to demonstrate maturity and professionalism in communication. I mean, the other person might say, well, I call it as I sees it. And I'm like, okay, continue to do that. One day you'll find someone who believes that you're right, and then they'll be your person. But I'm not one of them. So also understand the consequences of your behavior. It doesn't make people upset if they understand what their consequences of their behavior are, right? One, if you go around and say, I always speak my mind, and understand that when you always speak your mind, lots of people who think when you speak your mind are disagreeable will leave. So if you're unable to speak your mind in a way that is not direct and obtrusive, then you might increase your potential feedback, and you gauge that until you want. I mean, you can go around and say you care less about anybody else's feedback. Know that then most people won't give you feedback. That those are the consequences of your actions. So when this person just dipped in the middle of a conversation, then I hope they find someone. But I can honestly guarantee that it's going to be some growing pains to understand that feedback does not favor or is productive to someone who doesn't even listen to other people. And that to me is a life lesson that one, at least I try not to outgrow. But it's kind of interesting that I've met people who think you can, one would naturally outgrow those lessons. And we'll see. I mean, self-importance is great. Asking for feedback is not, is very antagonistic to self-importance. You're asking for feedback. That means someone else has something to offer that you don't otherwise know, right? Yeah. pretty interesting. It's what happened yesterday. So at the end, I kind of spent like 2 or 3 hours doing that, something like that. I think language learning, what I describe is easily, I would say easily, I don't like the word, it's very likely to be the skill or the situation one will encounter when learning a target language, and then using that target language, and then having to start over in the process of introducing that target language into their lifestyle. So how do I get my friends to be normal when I speak or talk about something that I want to be part of my life? I try to invite them by expressing our common interest, not telling them what to do or telling them what is important, right? And then if you want to make a new friend or someone who belongs to a culture that uses professionalism and decorum, I don't even call it professionalism, it's formal decorum, like Japanese, for example. In Chinese, there's formal decorum, like manners, rules. So you're going around and saying, well, I don't have a lot of friends who speak this language, but what about your current friends? It's like, well, they don't really care about it. So how do you go about expressing your interest while inviting to other people's interests, right? You want a target language to be part of your life, but it won't necessarily be sustainable in the long run if you do not have the communication skills to make it possible to have it to be part of your life. Otherwise, it goes back to something I said yesterday as well. Self-speech, speaking to yourself, finding opportunities to speak about your target language and interest as though you're sharing your interests with other people. So instead of talking about video games, you talk about your target language. That gives opportunities to use your target language. So I try to talk about Japanese in the context of most things that other people are interested in, like this very moment. I'm talking about an anecdote about communication because I love communication. In fact, in the same evening yesterday, I had to make commentary on the idea of emotional quotient and intelligence quotient. And despite I have my opinions on intelligent quotient and emotional quotient and lots of questions, I like to entertain the idea that there are opportunities to use that understanding or whatever they were interested in as a way to further discussion. Or you could just say, well, that's garbage, and you end the discussion, and that's perfectly fine. But if someone comes up to me and say, like, they pop in and say, dude, WaniKani is garbage, it's like, you end the discussion. That's great. I hope that makes you feel better. I don't know why you did it. Were you here to have someone say, yeah, right, I agree with you? I would not, in my opinion, be willing to talk to someone or even invest in anything this person says when they lack so much awareness, especially emotional awareness, when making comments like that. And that will be fine by them as long as they know they got the job done, they got their dopamine, and they left. But oftentimes, some people may try to instead invest in that type of person. And my first thought is, I would not be surprised in another 10 or 15 years you're cynical about people's investments. When someone can make a hyperbolic, emotionally obtuse comment, they are unlikely to correlate with behavior that promotes long and trusting relationships. That is the compromise you make. So when someone goes around and say, I don't get it, everyone always cheats on me, and even though I'm such a lovable person, It already explains itself. The first thing they talked about was not the nature of the cheating or their contributions and the other person's contributions to the cheating. They talked about how they do not have faults, nor do they see a fault. That is the common denominator in all of the comments they make. So, in my opinion, sometimes your behavior may be dissonant with the consequence of your behavior, and that leads to a lifetime of dissonance and possible self-delusion. I am not delusional in the sense that I cannot provide feedback to a person who doesn't even listen to me in the first place. I could try. I could certainly try and gaslight that person to thinking that my opinion and my feedback is important, but I'm realistic enough to know that if I do that, I would also not be sure if that person was genuinely taking my advice or I'm forcing my advice on them, at least in my opinion. And I would be doing the same thing they're doing. Basically, they ask for feedback and they'll only listen to the feedback that they agree with, not the feedback that they want to hear. So if someone says like, I think before you start writing, you have to know what you're writing. So until you know what you're writing, my feedback is that know what you're trying to write. Otherwise, write it before talking to me. Because I don't typically trust nor believe that someone has the commitment or the discipline necessary to understand what they're creating if they can't even express it without creating it or creating it in the first place. That would be my feedback, even before reading anything. Like, I don't have to read anything if someone can't even explain what they're writing. So that would be my feedback, and then that person would say, well, I don't agree with you. And that would be it. I think that's the most likely outcome in that situation. Instead, I asked them a bunch of questions and then they ended up disagreeing with me and then they left. And it's like, that sounds about right. That sounds like someone who will likely struggle with creating things from feedback. They might still create wonderful things, but not with feedback because they're not asking for feedback. I think what they're really looking for was affirmation. They wanted someone to say, wow, this is a really neat idea. That's great. It's very interesting. And that's what they were looking for. That type of feedback. And you can probably find it by paying someone. I think the most guaranteed way to get good feedback is to pay someone. Not necessarily guaranteed. It's usually fairly okay. What does that sound like? A sponsorship. You know, incentives. You incentivize someone to review your product. There's a reason why I don't get sponsored, nor do I pander to people. But at the same time, I'm ever grateful if there was an opportunity for that. But I also want to know who I'm working with or for, right? In that case, when it comes to sponsorships. And then I talked about the more obvious thing, hire people, you know, hire employees. They will give you feedback that is incentivized. That might be a situation for an overbearing boss or a boss that has control and micromanages their entire business. That is possible. That is the pragmatic way of operating something that has minimal contact with open feedback. For a video game designer or an indie developer, like someone who's starting up, they don't have that luxury. So when you go around and ask for feedback, you don't have the luxury of being arrogant and closed-minded and the resources to get people to think what you want them to think. So that is one of the biggest, in my opinion, ironies when it comes to people starting their business online. They think that going up to a stranger, at least in my opinion, it probably works. I don't actually have any data to suggest this. I'm not starting a business. In fact, I probably would start a business by establishing the infrastructure of my employees and the vision. I would get all that sorted out, the foundations of what my business represents prior to trying to sell a product without any of those things. In this day and age, I think the vast majority of young people who think they can make it quick without being in a professional field is you vibe along and you hope it works out. And I think it does. It actually does work out. The question is, how will that impact your business by the time you are successful? Where there's a will, there's a way, for sure. For me, it's often increase in cynicism, right? Because you'll quickly learn what not to do or what isn't good for you, and you will eliminate those. And then your odds of success as a professional, or maybe soon to be professional person, goes down. The odds of avenues of success begin smaller and smaller. But the focus on that aspect, that success will go up probably. The opportunity for that very narrower scope will go up. And once you get a successful business, then you expand, right? And then all those problems come back. So how do you expand when you focused on narrowing your source? Q AAA titles. Q an indie developer becoming a AAA business. You finite, you form a core, and then now you slowly tiptoe and expand out again. So then you're juggling all the wider audience stuff. Sole proprietors going about that is an interesting way to go about it. I can tell you now that maybe once a month, some artists, some self-made artists, not necessarily like the artist that we're talking about that has a much more experience and professional background. We're talking about someone who wants to become an artist. They go around, they say something that is incredibly irrelevant and detached from the potential customer, and then they suddenly pivot to, hey, I made art. Do you want anything? It's like, okay, but you didn't explain to me anything about if you know what I want. Like, well, it looks like you might need art because you're a Twitch streamer. I'm like, no, that's not how that works. Why would I buy artwork from someone who clearly knows nothing about me? What are the chances that you will have a vision or an ability or even the commitment if you can't even bother to understand the nature of the person you're making art for, right? Like, how do you satisfy a customer if that customer has no indication that you know anything about them? I actually did that in yesterday's interaction. I asked them, so how did you select the person to offer intellectual feedback? And then they're like, oh no, I just selected at random. Okay, so then how do you know if you're selecting at random that the person is intellectual? And they say like, oh, that's just something random. I didn't really mean it like that. Maybe I worded it differently. It's like, so you selected someone randomly. Like, how am I random? Like, there's such thing as above average and below average. I'm a below average Twitch streamer, as in I don't cater or pander to a larger audience. So it's actually not random, in my opinion. The odds of somehow going to the bottom of the stack in the study category is not random. Twitch is non-random. There's no surprise me and you clicked on the first thing you saw in the front page. If you click on something you saw randomly in the front page, it's not me. It's not random. That's experience. Like, I've been streaming for over 6 years. I know what's random and what's not random. I mean, okay, say somehow they did randomly come across this stream. They would be able to explain how they got to my stream, which was completely pivoted away or avoided. So there's no understanding whatsoever that you know. And hear me out. This stuff that I'm talking about is not important to anyone. It varies if this stuff is important to any other Twitch streamer and whatnot, right? And you have to understand that, right? Or you can spin the wheel of luck and randomly pick your Twitch streamer. There are going to be Twitch streamers, which is how they're going to behave. It's like, this Twitch streamer is too deep or too particular for me. I'm going to leave now. It's like, yeah, when you leave quickly, you have more chances, right? So that person is going to go and spam and continue, and hopefully their effort and their commitment reflects their low success rate. I prefer to increase my success rate in order to get consistency at the cost of having to try many, many more times. So there are different approaches and behaviors appropriate for that. If your success rate is low, you can still be successful by upping your attempt rate. So if you tried 1,000 times and your success rate is 10%, right? You're going to get 10 buyers. If my success rate is 30%, like 10, like if my success rate is 100%, right? For example, I'm using like numbers that are convenient. If my success rate is 100%, which is never the case, and I tried once, that means I have 1 customer, right? But I had to try 10 customers to get 10 customers. So if someone tried 1,000 times and their success rate is 10, then they have 10 customers too. And the time it takes for the 1,000 tries may end up being the same amount of time I spend for those 10 customers. A better example would be like 9%. Say I have 90% success rate. The other person has 9% success rate. In order to find 9 customers, right? That person has to try 100 times, and I have to try 10 times. And the amount of time we both try could be the same because they spend less time trying with each customer, and I try longer amount of times with each customer because I only have 10 customers to interact with. So the question you ask yourself then is, how often and how willing are you to invest? For me, I prefer that the person I'm talking to is the person who doesn't like trying many times and also put it all on the table up front. And I do the same. And then if you don't like it, that's great, because then you don't have to worry about what happens down the line when they decide that's the end of the relationship, right? And that's not popular for the internet. The internet, there's a lot of people, you consume a lot of products. You can use WaniKani for 3 months and like, I have enough. Let's go move on to the next excellent product, right? Or the next big thing. Yeah. But thought I bring in a story to embellish the WaniKani session a little bit. And I think language is very similar. How does this relate to language? I invest in a language. I actually sometimes I don't even vibe the language before liking the language. I know that if I invest time in a language, I will like it because I spend a lot of time invested in the language. If you're having the mindset where the more time you invest in a language, the more it feels unrewarding and lacking, probably the 9% person, not the 90% person. The longer you invest in something, the more and more it's irreplaceable to me. So that other person talked exactly, they didn't deviate from my profile of the person. They talked about being weeb, being labeled a weeb. And oftentimes when weeb, the word weeb is being like a English speaking Japanese culture interest groups, they used it in a derogatory way, or they affirm that it is only used in a derogatory way, in the way that they're describing people who only loosely know things. Like they don't want to be classified as a weeb because they only have their toes dipped in a little bit of things. Well, then stop acting like one. And then from my perspective, what I see when someone talks about a weeb is someone who started liking something and now they're obsessed with it. So regardless of what people call them, they will love it. And that is a different type of use of that term. It has become an identity. And this person spent time saying, oh, it's just cringe people who like things a lot. I don't think someone who thinks that it's cringe to like things a lot should be writing books and not listening to feedback, in my opinion. So I'm going really connecting the dots of behavior. If you think you're going to become a game developer who spends more time saying, I'm going to make the things I want and I don't really care about what other people think about, and you think that being a weeb is cringy, I think there is a lot of cognitive dissonance in the future for this person, and I don't want to be part of that cognitive dissonance. Because it takes a lot of passion to follow through on something while still ignoring everyone else's feedback. Like Kojima. Kojima is incredibly unapologetically Kojima because he follows through. He's incredibly passionate about his things, and people can resonate with that. He embraces, but at the same time, he follows through on criticism. He actually prefers to be criticized. So he's unapologetically, sorry, this is a little related to a funny little, apparently a funny little interview comment or a tweet that Kojima made recently, because Death Stranding 2 is about to come out. Definitely a game I'm going to be watching to watch in like English or Japanese or what have you. To interact. Kojima was disappointed that there were less criticisms when he was doing playtesting for Death Stranding 2. And that, to me, is a boss statement. He likes to be challenged, and he's unapologetically challenging. So he's like, he raises the up to the occasion. But for me, I think that's how I would know if someone is professionally experienced or not. The balance of knowing you can still follow through on your passion things, but also welcome all the challenges to it, because you don't become defensive all of a sudden and your resolve crumbles because someone tells you, hey, the word that you think it means this, it actually means this and used differently in another context. Instead, you become defensive and you try to gaslight the other person, like, I don't think you know what you're talking about because I don't believe you that happened. And like, it literally happens on a daily basis. Like, so if you don't trust me, then I don't have to give you any feedback because you're not going to trust the feedback. It's not a cherry picking moment. So it's one of those, what's a really great example related to language learning? Someone comes up to you and say, oh, you know, this tool is trash. You should use this tool. Trust me. I'm like, I can't trust you. Everything you said literally just said you understand nothing about me. If that's how you interact with most people, I hope that the people close to you understand that. Because as far as I know, I'm not surprised that no one listens to you. If you feel like no one listens to you. Or as well as if you feel like you have to say these startling things and negative things in order to catch the attention of someone. If I do something weird and subtle, my friends will notice. It's built on nuance. If your friends are often built on extreme behavior, then that can be very telling. If your friends always cheat on you, that can be telling. Those are some of the things, right? The reason why I brought up Kojima is because it's incredibly refreshing to have someone that, like, yeah, it's kind of nice that people like this, but Kojima has a behavior where he wants to do something that is incredibly discomforting, maybe, or novel. And Death Stranding 2 is following up Death Stranding 1. And there's this like comfort, right? Like, oh, we kind of know what to expect from Death Stranding. By the way, I haven't played Death Stranding 1. I only watched Death Stranding 1 playthroughs. And it's going to be the same for Death Stranding 2. But the cool thing about him is that maybe once Death Stranding 2 comes out, he's going to go and make another game, like a different IP, because he likes the idea that feedback is part of the process, and doing new things and different things, it draws criticism and feedback, natural curiosity. So it's super poetic that whenever you think about people who make things out of nowhere and become incredibly influential are also people who are incredibly open to expecting criticism, expecting feedback, expecting pushback, or like times of adoption. And then we talk about Night Rain, which is what topic me and my younger friends have been talking about, where then you have the other type where you don't take feedback at first and continue to stay stagnant and reinforcing and affirming the things you iterate on. And then the moment you have to do something new, then there's criticism, and criticism leads to a maturity of new ideas or something like that. At least I think that's what's going to happen to Night Rain from FromSoft, right? Interesting. I think language learning goes a long way to taking these lessons. I think for me, this entire digression here is how I approach language learning. I approach language learning in that way. So that person that stopped by and said that Duolingo is garbage, I want to ask them, why do you think that's garbage? How is it garbage? Let me know. Can you explain all these things? Because if you can, I might be able to address them because I have thought about them. Or if I haven't thought about them, I'll consider them. It's not an argument for or substitute for trusting you about whatever you want me to do. Your feedback creates that trust. Your investment creates that trust. So if you're bailing out the first moment, if you're bailing out on me the first moment, you're like, oh yeah, you see that's the problem with Duolingo constantly, or oh, I can't sit here and collect or invest or share moments, then yeah, you have no commitments, right? You're not committed to staying here. It's perfectly all right. Know that I'm also not committed to interacting with you outside of these sessions. So if you're not interested in WaniKani, but you have constructive criticism, that's great. Make them known. Express them. Exercise, I don't know, emotional intelligence, I suppose. Personally, when you want to be friends, and you think that you can be friends with people unemotionally, that's a professional relationship. So I use the word professional relationship and intimate relationship as a way to somewhat provide some categorical separation between what people kind of think they want most of the time and what people really actually want when they're describing it. So when someone says something like, yeah, everyone's greedy, you're looking for professional relationships. Or, no, sorry, you're looking for intimate relationships. But you treat everyone and you talk about people like they're professional relationships. Like as a professional, like when you're thinking about professional relationships, a business. Well, yes, people are greedy. They want to make money. It's a professional relationship. There's no emotional baggage behind being greedy. You make money. That's the purpose. But when you think that being greedy is something new and something unexpected and shouldn't be in relationships, you're looking for intimate relationships. Relationships that are built on emotional trust and respect and morals. So you can have a blend of that. Not all business relationships do not have some element of intimate relationship, like building loyalty customer brands. Oftentimes, businesses actually take financial hits to do that because it's not pragmatic. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, I only can interact with you when your Japanese is good enough. Professional relationship. Come back when I'm actually good enough to have the privilege of your company, because my Japanese now is actually useful to you. Business transaction, professional relationship. And I'm okay with that. Voice that. Oh, I can't stand watching you stream because you keep making the same mistakes I have made. So I will try not to interact with you anymore. It's like, okay, that's fine. There's no hard feelings. You literally stated something that is true right now. So I'll wait patiently until it's not true, right? Or maybe it stays true. Then we just stay professional. There's no hard feelings. When you say you're wrong, you're looking for emotional confirmation. That's not professional. Like, there's nothing professional about projecting your opinions onto someone. Like, like if you're talking about fact checking, that's fine. That's fine, right? But I was expressing an opinion, so that's kind of one of those dissonances. Language, it is very interesting, the contextual differences of what people are looking for or how they're communicating it when you're learning a language versus expressing what you like. But I think the parallelisms are fairly obvious, or at least obvious to me to some great extent. I try to limit my ability or my investment in people who don't believe in long-term investments, especially in people. However, I treat them as professional transactions, right? I'm not telling you that I'm invested emotionally. I do not invest emotionally in people who treat relationships and whatnot as business transactions. So if I don't like this game, therefore you can't be my friend, that's a business transaction, not a intimate one, right? So when you go around, and I'm offering some clarity from my perspective, when someone says, yeah, you don't have friends that do any of these things, I like to think that if they are friends of intimate quality, you know, personal relationships, you're able to possibly get them interested by expressing your interest, because they're around habitually, not tied to a business transaction. And that's probably where I'll leave it. I'm curious, what type of friend and family profile do you have? My friends have no, like, they're not here. They don't actually know what I have been doing for the last year and a half. They might know, like, tangentially, and it doesn't affect our trust in each other or our interests when it's needed, right? Those are my personal friends that I have. And then I have an astronomically more astronomically or disproportionately more professional friends. And they can go on and off, last for a while, and there's rarely any emotional attachment to them. So I think the internet, especially Twitch, has made it a social norm to, in order to be successful in this line of work, successful, I don't know, I'll put it in quotations, whatever that may be for the other person, know that it's built nearly exclusively, or disproportionately so, over 90% of it is understanding how professional relationships work. It protects you, it makes you exacting, it creates safeguards and somewhat of a cutthroat and discipline necessary to know how to interact with someone in the least amount of time without the most investment of emotional baggage. Now, those who try to upfront invest in emotional baggage will end up kind of like me, where I chose to do that because I'm not running a business. As in, it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 0, or I'm talking to no one. I'm talking to myself, right? What is the most intimate relationship you can have in anyone's mortal life? The relationship with yourself. If there's anything that does not need communication, like if you were to rank how well you can be emotionally intelligent, the odds are, if I had to wager, the most intimate relationship you can have is with yourself, when compared to any other alternatives, like another person, another friend, another family. They're outside you. So when it comes to that, people who favor intimate relationships and personal relationships with other people and everybody they meet often do not scale well to online content and content creation, because that requires professionalism. It requires a discipline between sort of adding some of you in an intimate way, like emotionally, and most are professional. So the decorum that is expected. So when this person left, like they said a sentence and then contradicted me and then just left, that's a professional transaction. At least I like to think that other person also expected that. I think the first thing that I asked was basically going down the rabbit hole. It was fairly obvious. It's like, oh, I just chose people at random. It's like, did you now? Is there any way you can convince me or explain to me how you did it by random? I think in the era of the internet culture, which this person claimed to be well versed in the internet culture, you understand that most things are not random on the internet. If you're well versed in the internet culture, one of the first things, in my opinion, at least top 10 of people's awareness or execution of self-awareness, is that you don't do things randomly. Right? You picked studying material. You picked the studying section. You picked someone that's below average, underrepresented, and you picked someone that doesn't appear randomly anywhere, and even then, the front page of Twitch is not random. That's what makes Twitch efficient. The closest thing you can get to random is maybe going on Google and say, I feel lucky. Clicking on I feel lucky for some randomness. When you go on YouTube, the front page, that's not random. It's simply not random. YouTube lately have injected some randomness into it, but they're still targeted. So, at least minimally, I would like to know that people understand what they're doing, their actions, and the consequences that they have. Otherwise, I want to inform people that. So if you're not aware that your actions are likely not random while on Twitch or on YouTube, I like to offer my grain of salt and challenge the notion that you make random decisions online nowadays. There are still ways to do that, but even trying to do that is an act of discipline and not an act of randomness. Randomness is minimized on the internet now. In 2025, the 2025 landscape of the internet, I think nearly 99% of your actions are not random. They are decided, whether you know or not. That's what creates consistency in your choice. So hopefully, that aspiring kid isn't not randomly picking people that will likely not suit that person's purpose. If you choose someone who has very few viewers, who's starting up, who is very young, naive enough to believe that your product is worth reviewing and investing, that, in my opinion, is likely not going to provide appropriate feedback for this person. To do things like make Steins Gate a reality, or make Undertale a reality, I would be very, very surprised if I sit down and have a chat with Toby Fox and he said something like, oh yeah, you know, I randomly picked something on the bottom of this algorithm driven website in order to get all of my best ideas. I don't think that's how that works. Not in the least bit. I don't think a Barone of Stardew Valley did the same thing. Like all the things that people are talking about where they're referring, because I asked about this person's interests and they mentioned like Steins Gate and whatnot. I don't think those people did that. You can prove me wrong by doing it and being successful. We'll know. We'll know in 5 or 10 years or however long this person has to do to create the product and prove me wrong. And I would be behind you. If you prove me wrong, then I'll be talking about you. I'll be talking about this person, because the chances are I will probably play the game and be astonished by this person's story. But for now, I spend a lot of time playing video games, following video games, following like learning material and whatnot because I'm understanding the people and the behavior behind the people. So if that is not proper feedback, or the feedback that I'm most comfortable in giving, and you don't want to listen to it, I got nothing more to offer. So it was very appropriate that that person left at that moment. There was not much feedback I can offer. I would probably say something about their first chapter of their book, and they probably go off and do whatever, right? It's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think one of the things, one other thing to offer like cognitive dissonance, right? Gate check, is how artists target people who may not have the resources to pay them in the first place. So if you're saying you randomly target people, right, for your art, spamming people at the bottom of a stream list is not random. It's opportunistic. Opportunism is not random. Kinda like building a business model to target the people who are most likely going to spend money on your product. That's opportunistic. You're deliberately picking something that you are more likely to be successful at. When you're targeting randomness, like the irony here, this is about the order matters. If you're doing something random, like if you're targeting something random, as in you're not putting a lot of thought into it, right? You didn't have a person in mind, and you go on the internet and you click on something. That's not random either, because downstream of it, someone else have already decided who you're going to bump into more often, right? Like, you're like, oh, you know, I don't have anybody in mind or the type in mind. Let's just go on YouTube and click on the first thing that shows up. It's not random. YouTube decided what you are going to see. So, like, if you start an account with no history and you're like, I'm going to advertise to whatever YouTube shows me, it's probably Mr. Beast. So then you try to avoid that. So what do? You go to Twitch, you scroll all the way down to people who have 0 viewers and 1 viewers, and you're like, okay, this is a random person. Let's pick this person to see if they want to pay for something when they don't even have viewership and stuff to pay for it in the first place. Now, I'm not describing my position. Now I'm thinking about statistics. What are the likelihood that the people who are at the bottom, who hope to make this a side gig or something, are going to be people who are going to willingly invest in a random stranger to make stuff? How do you convince them it's possible, right? For example, I'm an artist. I want to start off something. So I need to get better at understanding what people want for Twitch emotes or something like that. So the first thing I would do is I don't take a random approach. I understand, how do I get more skills? How do I start gaining experience and build a portfolio on my emotes? So I need something. I need a workflow, actual experience, creating a history of ways to do something that improves my skill. I go to the bottom of Twitch. I'm saying this theoretically because I have no plans to start a business, but this is more like professional experience being translated into starting a business. I would go to the bottom. There is a demand, but the demand is not that I profit off of them. When I think of people at the bottom, right, 1 viewers and 2 viewers, their normal behavioral interaction is that they full stop 100% invest in any 1 viewer or 2 viewers or 2 viewers. They try their hardest to retain that one viewer. So they have more relational aspects of trying to have long-term professional relationships with them. So my first thing is you have to invest forward. So if an artist, I need experience, I need actual clients who have things that I have, that I've made, that shows that I am very good, and I need time and projects to work on them and proper feedback to understand what is important. I go to the bottom of Twitch, look at all the streamers, and I don't randomly pick. I pick all the bottom streamers and I tell them, hey, can you give, would you be interested in free emotes? Let me explain. There's no catch to this. I need to build my reputation. I need experience as well. So this is the first time that I'm going to be making emotes for a streamer. I need to be able to get ideas from the streamer and build a portfolio of actual experiences. Would you be willing to tell me and give me some of your ideas for emotes, and I can make them and they're yours free of charge, right? And if they're very satisfactory and you get a lot of success off of them, think of me. Like, please feel free to like attribute me if you want. It's up to you, free of charge. And in the future, if you become successful and my emotes are being used, you know where to find me. You can come back and help me out with like asking for more emotes, or maybe throw some cash my way, or even notoriety. And then you move on to the next streamer. You do the same. What that means is you're willing to invest in the relationship that this person will be internally grateful for. You're creating a whole list of people you have invested in, expecting that some of them will follow you in the long term if in fact they are successful as well. If I was a musician, most of those musicians do that now. That's how they start up. They try to invest in the long game towards where there is demand, but you approach it from the behavior that is illustrated or characteristic of those people. So next time, in my opinion, what is a great way to know that you have someone who is inexperienced, who have yet to become a professional, who understands emotional intelligence is necessary to create a strong business, to start up a strong business, is see how they go about investing in a relationship. Once you become big, you know, you have lots of clientele and people want your attention and whatnot, then you become more, then you need to make tough professional decisions of a different nature. You no longer have time for all that. So then you are allowed to act like an arrogant, like self-centered person. But I don't think that comes with age. Or like, I mean, I don't think that circumvents the unfortunate nature of age. When one is young, they don't necessarily, you're not expected to have that experience yet. So if there's anything I can impart, and I'm not a business owner, by the way, I am someone who tries to encourage students to be invested in their education and their career. That's what I wanted to do for a living. So if there's anything that's a long game, is being a teacher, helping your students recognize that they can make anything work when they put their mind to it. And then maybe 30 years, maybe before you die, 30 years down the line, you see these students become superstars and they somehow decide to mention your name because maybe you did something that changed the course of their life. And that is the long game. So where does all this come from? Is that I feel very comfortable. I think if there's anything that I'm very potentially skilled at, is doing just this. Right here, talking to myself, maybe the occasional person who will watch this. When you start up, it requires very different understanding of how to create a foundation professionally and personally prior to engaging in a more expansive, like larger scale stuff. And in my opinion, sometimes a lot of people end up spending so long in expanded decision making that you get missteps that hopefully humbles them and allows them to reconnect from where it started. Duolingo. I haven't talked about this yet, and no one has brought it up to me yet, but Duolingo's recent misstep. Like, I think I've been someone who historically have mentioned Louis Van Daan's interviews for a while now, but recently that illustrates that humble beginnings require due diligence to stay connected with who they're talking to or who they're operating. Publishers of video games. Actually, I would probably even place WaniKani under the same category. WaniKani scaled up. They've become complacent, right? Adequately so, pragmatically so, until there's proper resistance in order to give them a wake-up call to engage once again with the development of their product. But Tofugu and WaniKani has, since in the last 2 years, largely been on rails. And for better or for worse, I'm catching up with that, right? I see what most people are talking about in the long run. So this applies to WaniKani. It doesn't necessarily apply to HanziHero, although I haven't seen an update in a month, and that's breaking behavioral patterns for the developer. So that's kind of a thing. I'm a bit invested in WaniKani and HanziHero, given that I spent a lot of time, right? And you notice these things, at least in the developer's behavior. You don't have to literally need interviews with them, but I would like to ask, right? I genuinely believe that the original founders of Tofugu and WaniKani has lost touch with their original mission. But that's not because it's a bad or a good thing. It's because life and being human creates that. And those who are entering WaniKani have different perspectives because they haven't had those experiences. One thing that can very much circumvent all of the things that I've talked about is, for lack of a better word, proper communication, right? Communication, expression, and how does that wrap all of this up? Learning another language can help you revisit a lot of things about your native language and or the process of communication that you otherwise have become complacent about. And streaming language learning has most definitely accentuated that property and has offered me a lot of opportunities, even maybe a little too much so, opportunities for me to talk an hour and a half on a 15-minute lesson about of me just learning new words or reviewing words in Japanese to talk about what is it that I am doing right now. Why do I choose to stream and illustrate and capture language learning? It's really a platform to understand and highlight what are you going to do with the language when you learn it, or when you try to learn it. What is the function of it in your life? Like life skills, which one of them is communication, emotional intelligence, a business. Operating a business is a life skill because your career is part of your life. I think a lot of times people think of careers as an ends to a means to an end. That's fair enough. We may differ on that. But for me, this is life. This will be part of my life for the foreseeable future. Twitch is part of my life, the foreseeable future. I'm held accountable. Well, actually, maybe not so much Twitch, but all of this stuff is going on YouTube. I'm held accountable for everything I say now. At least I treat it as though I'm held accountable for most things. So I like to hope and wish luck to everyone else that possibly interacts with me, or maybe not, or don't care, or will cross paths in the near future. Most of this type of monologuing is either for myself or for anyone who wants to hear our perspective that is a little bit different, right? For now, it's a little bit different. Maybe it's going to be the social norm in the future. But yeah, doing things randomly on the internet, I would love to hear a cogent way someone could explain to me that the internet is random to them, or how they either not randomly counter the internet's algorithms, or that somehow the algorithms lead them to random inspirations. Like, okay, hit me up. I like someone to explain that in a very cogent way that allows me to understand and redefine my understanding of behavioral conditioning online. Because I do feel that the things you spend time with, the things you pay for, a large majority of much of the things you do online are because they are optimized for behavior, not the other way around, right? The hyper optimization of life is the ultimate post-internet trend. And what I mean by post-internet, post-introduction of the internet, kind of like post-rock. Rock was there. What comes after rock music? The post-internet era is about hyper optimization, and optimization is non-random. Non-random is what makes things optimized. So much like most things, when things are incredibly optimized to do certain things, they don't do the other thing, and all that comes with it. So personal relationships, out the window. Knowing how to form friendships, out the window. And the friendships, by what I mean is, people often think of friendships as personal relationships, and then business partners and acquaintances as professional relationships. So internet emphasizes the necessity of diminishing emotional attachment to things in order to be successful and consistent interacting online. So when someone talks to me like I'm just a number and I'm just random, I'm less and less likely to trust them. And that is a normalized behavior of what I understand the internet does, which is not random. So then I try to look for their motivations. If their motivations tell me that we have collectively a common interest and not a lot of conflicts of interest, then I invest, right? It is less and less likely that it would be unsuccessful. But I have yet to invest in anything more than a professional relationship with anyone. And I've had a couple already. And I hope to see them again in another 3 or 4 years when they release a new video game and write another book or something, but strictly professional. Strictly professional. I've made 2 friends along the way, so that's kind of nice. Other than that, yeah. Several thousands of people later, 7 years and several thousands of people later, and I know who my friends are, like my personal relationships are, and I know what my personal from my professional relationships, and they will know, and I hope that I do everything possible to make them successful. Right. Anyways, let's go and do our 5 review for the day. All right. Sorry for the rant, but it's healthy. I want to voice my transparency whenever I'm doing this kind of thing. All right, so what are the lucky 5? Oh boy. Is this the weird one? I think this is the weird one. As like as one pleases. Right? Am I a pep? Nope. Oh wait. What? Oh wait. Oh, whoops. Hold up. No. Okay. Oh. Oh, wait. No, we're skipping this. We're skipping this for now.
Sentai.
Sentai. Okay, that's feels a little better.
Tasukaru.
Tasukaru. Ooh. No, it's not that, right? It's to exchange.
変える
Kaeru.
試験
Again. Okay. Okay. All right, buddy. All right. I got you, right? I got you. I think I need to definitely review the win kanji. I am not winning. I'm losing very, very hard on the win kanji. Yesterday, I think I struggled. So we have like ka for the kun, and then we have sho for win, for the onyomi. But what are all the weird ones for win? Think of them. Is se one of them? Is yo one of them? Okay, the right hand one, right? We have sha. Sha is the onyomi. Yes. Sha is the onyomi. And I think that's all I have. I don't remember a kun. So then it's like Shosha, which that's kind of weird, right? Then you would have something like this.
勝者
Oh. What? What did I type the first time? Okay, I have no idea what I typed for the first time. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, or is this just winner? Oh, it's not as one pleases, it's winner. What is as one pleases? It's something like winning. It deals with winning. That's my mistake. It happens every once in a while. I think I typed something and I didn't actually type the thing that I thought. Oh, it's kate. Yeah, so it's using te instead of sha. Sha often can be used for someone, and te can often use for someone. So is shu. Shu can be for someone, and then there's hon. Oh no, not hon. Ha. Ha, like a house. Ja, ja, for professional stuff. So, but as one pleases, so it's using the hand. Okay, that's fine. I don't understand what I did. What did I type the first time? This happens. This happens. I don't pay attention to what I'm typing. So I need to work on that. Anyways, yeah, there you have it. Tomorrow is going to be a fantastic day of lots of learning. Let's review the stuff for tomorrow. Okay. Monix. Again. Courage. Whatever that is. Kidding. Paragraph. Paragraph. Pass. Walk. Fight. Grass. And scarecrow. Era. Iwa. Kae. Haru. Iru. Ha. Aki. Retsu. Ku. Saka. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dang it, ritual. We're gonna come back to it. Shin. Ki. An. Shi. Fu. Fu. Saku. Doku. Gi. Na. Uh. Okay, we're gonna skip that for now. Jutsu. Ki. E. Gun. An. Hara. Utsu. Ban. Neko. Alright. Yeah, it's been tough for it's definitely have been tough for this unit for the character reads. Ritual. What is the okay, what about shallow? Yeah, I just don't know without reviews. Vocabulary is coming in red hot though. It will help out quite a bit. Shiki. Shiki. This one. And aloe. Asahi. So asa. So what are we missing? It was asa and shiki. 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 Shiki is. Gotta make sure. Okay. Yeah, this one needs help. Vocab to the rescue. Vocabulary is to the rescue for these guys. It's definitely a lot tougher. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Of course, the lesson took, what, 3 minutes? And then the review, like the stuff in the beginning, like 15 minutes. And then we talked about a bunch of things. Or I thought I shared a few things. Not necessarily to fill time, but it's involved in what the experience that I've had while doing this. So they're all relevant to that. Yeah. Asahi and Shiki. Alright. As always, feel free to follow along or watch on double speed or skip around, you know, follow along if you're interested in WaniKani. If you have a lot of experience in WaniKani or other experiences with language learning, on and off sharing with other people. I like to think of a romantic idea in the future, language learning, because you can, to share with others, become a platform or incentive to work on communication skills, or to make communication skills much more dynamic and emotionally intelligent than it is currently at. Perhaps, who knows, that would be cool to be something I build a model or a community around. I don't know if I'm onto something. I generally don't think of things in that long term. So excuse me for suggesting that other people require vision in the future. Often that is required in business, in professional relationships or establishing professional relationships. And for me, I haven't really thought about it, but it would be really, really awesome if someone else normalizes that diffusion of responsibility, right? I would certainly be joining that group and to promote the aspect of language learning that also promotes revisiting learning how to communicate with other people. And ultimately, learning a target language dramatically increases the likelihood, in my opinion, of needing to talk to someone else, needing to interact with another person or people of different cultures. And that's ringing my bell. I'm definitely very biased to engaging in things that bring people together or even make people argue or discuss about things. That's what brought me to video games, by the way. So I like anime, video games, teaching, science, because it involves humans, human interaction. And I'm gonna toss my feather in the hat, and my tiny little feather in the pool, that yeah, I'm pushing back on automation and conveniences that continue to rip the soul out of otherwise hopefully human interactions online. I think it's a vastly overcompensation of hyper-optimization, and hyper-optimization has prevented or circumvented the need for human interaction. It's legitimately, people are growing up nowadays thinking that is optional, or like some sort of skill that's based in human communication is optional, superfluous. Even the word fake was thrown around a little bit, right? So perhaps if you have a lot of experience with language learning and sharing and championing and encouraging language learning in target language, feel free to stop on by every once in a while, 3 or 4 months, every so often, share some anecdotes, some stories, some learning experiences, and possible emotional innovations on how to encourage communication and talking with other people. I believe in my organized, chaotic world, most of the stuff that I'm saying now, anecdotally speaking, experiences and whatnot, actually pre-selects and or encourages those who may not be interested, that they themselves may have the capacity to pick up a target language and get used to communicating all over again. I actually think one of the greatest incentives to learning another target language is taking up the challenge to improve or practice again or refine your existing communication skills. That is the goated end game for me. You can learn 14 languages and just continue to bootstrap through languages and still fail at communication, in my opinion. So go for the goal. If I wanted a downstream goal, I like to think that the process of learning a target language incentivizes to appreciate how powerful it is nowadays, possibly in demand, and possibly a future trend in elevating people, or maybe being in demand of people who can communicate. We'll see in another 10 years or so, when I'm like about to kick the bucket or drop dead, that I will witness a new resurgence that pushes back on hyper optimization on the internet, that basically diminishes and mitigates any form of human interaction. I think this is the trend that we see now, and I would challenge intellectuals or people who are interested in having human relations and whatnot, or psychologists and whatnot alike, to say otherwise, that hyperoptimization, AI, and whatnot is somehow bolstering human interaction online. If so, I would love to hear it. Or perhaps if you're someone who dabbles in this, I would love to exchange some conversations and discussion topics. So you're more than welcome. I fill the time in with or without another person, which is kind of ironically the result of AI and algorithms. People tend to not have a lot of people to interact with these days in a meaningful, soulful, human candid interaction. So hopefully everyone has a great friend, loving families, someone maybe to even share internet and consume internet content with, because I think that makes life worth living. At least one of the couple things that make life worth living. Until then, to all the people who enjoy Japanese, only interested in Japanese, minasan, mata ne. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第147天 It is day 147. I think we were okay yesterday. Yesterday went pretty smoothly, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's get into our lessons. Right there. No updates. No updates still. 散步 right? To stroll or go to take a stroll, to walk, to take a walk. Yes, we go. 散步是一种很好的运动方式 Oh, interesting. Form 方式。我喜欢每天早上去公园散步。我们在海边，我们在海边散步。Pretty standard. Pretty standard.
目标
Man, after hearing that a couple of times, it just sounds like goal, but it doesn't look like goal yet. 目标 Keep your eye on the mark. A goal is something you mark with your eyes and never lose sight of it. 目标 How's that 标? Oh, that's our new one. 标 Okay. 我们公司的目标是我的目标是提高我的中文水平 Makes sense. 我们的目标一定能达到 yeah. Achieve. Definitely achieve.
目标
背景 Ooh, another thing that sounds like Beijing. 背景 back scenery, the background. Oh, that makes sense. That's cool. 背景 Huh. I could use this. 背景 Okay, backdrop. 历史 right? Yeah, 历史背景。Oh no, it's 史历史背景。Do I have 史? Yeah, I do, right? Or was that Slender Man? I think they're both 史, but I'm not sure if this is part of my cycle or not. 家庭背景。Let's go with 这度 no oh it's the counter. I don't want to say 度 just 这度画的背景背景是一篇什么河一片湖一片湖。Oh, it's not okay. It's not 度 it's 湖 Okay, 这幅画的背景是一片湖。
背景增产
增产increase products. Got it. Simply increase the amount of products made. Yeah. Increase output. 增产不增人. Oh, is this being used as the same way as? Oh no, it's not. It's being used as a workforce. Okay. Sometimes 人 gets like absorbed by the character before it. 增长两成 Oh, 两成 20%? 两成 is 20%. Huh, I wonder how that works.
增产年纪
Good, useful for the G. Okay, 年纪 makes sense. Your age is the number of year and era you were born in. That's a great way to look at it. 年纪他的年纪比我大 Okay. 他年纪很轻他看起来不像他的年纪。Doesn't look like her age. Fair enough.
年纪散步目标增产
增产 What?
年纪
What? Wait. Which part am I missing? Let me see. Capitol building. Oh. Whoa! Ay, ay, ay. Is that not a bit? Oh, wait. No? Oh. What? Wait. I thought this was...
背景
Oh, what was I typing the whole time? Was I typing ying the whole time? I was probably typing ying the whole time. Or almost all the time. I keep typing ying. I should stop that. 基地 base plus land ground, still base. Okay. 基地 huh? Oh, that type of base. Not the other type of base. Oh, well, maybe the other type of base too. Oh. Is this close to Gun? I'm not sure if that's close to Gun. Let's say Jin Shi, Fu Shi, Ding Shi, Gun Shi. Maybe it's like Gun Shi. Jing. Oh, it is Jing. Oh, interesting. Jing does work here. Jin Shi Ji Di. Because we got Gun, Gun. Yeah, we had Gun in Japanese. So Jin Shi Ji Di. Hong Jing Ji Di. Air Army makes sense. 美国海军 Sea Army Navy 海军基地 and then military. Sure, interesting.
基地 跑步
跑步 yes, to run. 跑步 we got to run plus footsteps. 我每天都跑步。这是对，我每天都跑步。Not every morning though. But that says 每天 could be every day, not necessarily morning, but interesting. 我每天早上是 every morning, but not necessarily 每天, which is more like I run every day. Interesting. 我每天早上跑步是为了 weight? Oh, no, 为了 how? Oh no, we don't have that type of weight. You're right. 减肥. That is not true. That's fake news. Losing weight from running. Like I don't do that. Not for that reason. what's a 保护心这心保护心保护我的心心脏或脏心you know you run every day to protect the heart for heart health 在跑步机上在 跑步机. Oh, that's just how you say treadmill. Oh, that's kind of funny. Running machine. 在跑步机上跑步. Makes sense.
跑步
Sometimes you start thinking like, why aren't treadmills called running machines? Like, did you get on a treadmill today? Instead of did you use the running machine today?
标题
It's different. I mean that means treadmill. Like to me in English that means treadmill. 跑步机 just that's treadmill. Same difference. Not like literally that the words are different. Like running machine is seen as different from treadmill, but 跑步机 is 跑步机. Oh no, 标题 mark topic, a title. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, heading, headline. 这本书的标题是文章的标题
文章的标题
我不喜欢这部电影的标题
我不喜欢这部电影的标题
OK
标题增加
to increase by adding. Yes, to add. 我们要增加产量
我们要增加产量
增加 something 班次 That's not 班 is it? No, that kind of looks like 班 is it? Oh yeah it is 航班
增加航班班次
increase the number of flights 增加航班 I'm guessing that's flights and 班次 number interesting 增加收入 oh right that's right income 收入
增加收入
增加初步
initial beginning footsteps something in initial stage have only taken the figurative first steps first footsteps and it's still just beginning to take full form tentative preliminary 这是我们的初步计划这只是初步的想法 OK 想法初步结果Oops
初步基地跑步增加 标题。初步。
Okay.
进步。
Another progress, huh? 进步, advance, footstep. To progress, we make figurative footsteps forward to advance our skills. Improvement. 不断进步.
不断进步。
Continuous, yeah, unbroken. 它的中文在进步。只要帮力努力，只要努力就能进步。Only hard work that you achieve progress, or only progress if you work hard. You can only okay, that's fair.
进步。夜景。
夜景 Okay, 夜景 night view, night scenery, nice. 这个城市的夜景非常漂亮。我们在山上 something 夜景。enjoy 欣赏夜景。我们在山上欣赏夜景。
夜景。导入。
导入 to guide, to enter. To introduce something is to guide it so that it can enter the figurative stage. That's fair. Although to guide inside, that could kinda I could kinda miss that. Okay. 这个国家最近导入了一种新的好不的it's 环保The heck is 环保 Technology? No. Environmental? 环保 And then 技 right? 技术 I feel like 技术 is more technology. 技术 skill technique or skill art sounds like technology to me. 技术 Oh no, wait, that could be environment. Oh man, that's kind of tough. 环保 ring and protect. Oh, that kind of sounds like environment though. 这个什么？这个 What? Wait, how does that work? The bills and cars. I don't know one. Look at something T. T the. Right, yeah, T the. 导入软体 Oh, I need to hear this.
这个软体的导入，
软体，这个软体的导入 Interesting. 软体 Software.
导入录
录 Record. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Metal and snowmen. Oh no. Luke Skywalker. You have some very unfortunate mnemonics. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the house. He's always chilling in the bathroom too. I think so far. Lun. Lu. Yeah, all of them do. Oh no, well, Lu is Louis. Yeah, we got Lun and Luan. So Luke Skywalker is chronically in the bathroom of various places. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the house where he has built a snowman in the bathtub. Well, that answers the question if Luke Skywalker wanted to build a snowman. Right. Same, Disney. Still Disney property, right? If Elsa asks Luke Skywalker, does he want to build a snowman, he would unemphatically say yes. Where he has built a snowman in the bathtub, he sits on the edge of the tub and uses his lightsaber to carve into a sheet of metal. Oh, he didn't build a snowman out of metal. I guess that's the thing. A sheet of metal, a record of the snowman's appearance before it melts. He finishes and now has a metal record of his now melted snowman. That's kind of a little bit depressing, honestly. So why Luke Skywalker though? Maybe Luke Skywalker is building a snowman because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he would build something, but there is lightsabers, so lightsaber accounts for it. Okay, 记录 makes sense. 记录. Remember to record. 录音. Oh, hey, 录音 makes sense actually. Oh, 录音, it's not just sound recording, honestly though. 录音, okay. Oh wait, I know what 录音. I've heard how this is applied before. 抄录. 敲 oh no, 敲 yeah, 敲录. 登录. Oh yeah, 登录 we heard. 登录 courtesy of Duolingo. Granted, there's a little bit of a change on the top right radical on Lu. 登录 Memoir 回忆录. Interesting. Okay.
录记
Okay, that's a lot of cocoons. Silk. Oh yeah, silk terrarium. Okay, Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the house where he's taking care of his terrarium. experiment. Everything has died, so he covers it with a piece of silk and starts crying. Oh, rip. With the faucet running to hide his sobs. He wonders how he could continue now that his wonderful terrarium is barren. He starts a new one. Come on, Yuri-chan, suck it up. Alright. Alright. I think it's more like he continues. Now he continues with a new by establishing a new terrarium. He continues experiment by creating a new terrarium. Okay. Continue. TR. Interesting. TR. Ifu. Ifu, really? To continue, father. Oh, interesting. Ishu. Ishu. Is Shu continue too? Huh.
记
Alright.
进步
进步
夜景
夜景 okay.
导入
导入 The son of a, that's Link.
记路
Strange. Oh. 怪 奇怪. We already have the 奇 in 奇怪. Alright. Goofy is in the bathroom of the high school where he finds a strange folding stool right in front of the urinal. Okay, on top of it is an equally strange mound of soil. Goofy cannot resist and goes over and eats the soil, whereupon a strange soul rises above him and laughs strangely. I think it's just strange that he wants to eat the soil. But I suppose incorporating the soul is necessary. Yeah, 奇怪. 奇怪, strange. 难怪, no wonder. Oh, what? Oh, 能, oh, 难. I'm not even sure what 难. Oh, no, 难怪. What? Difficult, strange? No wonder? What? Okay.
怪 轩
Shin. Oh, I put my lips together there. Shin. Shin. To proclaim. I wonder if this gets lumped together with Gao. Like Shen Gao or something. Professor X is in front of the pawn shop, sure. Right at daybreak. I forgot that's daybreak. Okay, next to him on the ground is a dollhouse. It's a pile of secondhand dollhouses that are for sale. Go ahead. Professor X uses his mind to elevate some of the dollhouses for an aerial display as he proclaims loudly that they are having a flash secondhand dollhouse sale to anyone who is within hearing distance. Or he could just shoot out a telepathy. Yeah, there's declare, right? Proclaim, declare, and announce. I wonder if Gao, Shen Gao or Gao Shen, is it? Oh no, it's not. Shang Bu. Interesting. What the cloth? A proclaimed cloth? Alright. We're gonna need to pivot on Bu here. And then Shuangyang. Shuangyan. Shuangyan makes sense. Proclamation. Shuangyan. Okay.
宣
Oh, Xuan, not Shuan. Xuan. Xuan. Xuan.
赶
God. The hurry? Huh. Gandalf is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he's in quite a hurry. He walks hurriedly from side to side while waiting for one of the employees to find what he wants to buy. A syringe that shines like the sun. He tells the employee to hurry up. He needs it for an urgent quest he is on. A magical syringe that shines like the sun? Hot dog. Alright. In the basement, huh? Alright. Hurley. Gamang. Gamang. Gangwan. 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 Hurry towards. That makes sense. Okay.
赶
Got it.
握
Whoa. The hold. Oh boy. Second hold. Walter White is in the bathroom of the office building. Go on. Where he works. Now, wearing a white collar shirt and a tie, he runs around the bathroom holding a small flag with his fingers with a mole while a mole chases him. Okay, trying to get a hold of the flag for whatever reason. How much does this look like chua? Not really. Okay, or grasp. No. Walter White stuff is not the greatest, huh? To shake hands. Wall show. To seize. Oh. Wall. Oh, that's not what but grasp. Wall. Ba is grasp. Jua is kind of too, though. Wall. The seize. Oh, don't we have another C too? The seize. Jua shou. No. Jua dao. Or something. Okay.
握
Whoa. Not whoa. 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 Not whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
猪
Zhu. Really? Not G. Oh, yeah. Zhu. Yes, Zhu. Zhu roll. Okay. George Costanza is in front of the house with his elder, who's also bald and fat. Alright. In front of them walks a pig that has a bright miniature sun floating above it. And the left side is a pig still. What the heck? What the... I don't know. Maybe like George Costanza in front of the house while with his elder witnessing a strange occurrence where there's a person walking their pig under the sun. Or maybe a normal thing. There was a pet pig walking under the sun. It's very mundane, but it kind of just fits the George. Or maybe George Costanza in front of his house with his elder, who happens to be bald and fat as well, I suppose. And they're chatting about what could convince someone to take their pig out on a walk under a sunny day, or like, you know, on a sunny day. Roll, yeah, that's fine. Muju, a sow. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Muju. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
猪
Okay. It's gone.
怪
Okay. Mm-hmm. Daybreak, ground. Who is making? Oh, it's Professor X. Yeah. This is. Oh no.
宣
Chin. What was even? I don't know anymore. Oh,
猪
okay.
卧
Whoa. Mm-hmm.
赶
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yay. All right, I gotta lock in. Locka in. Okay.
华人
很多华人聚居在中国城。
欧有乎
Ooh.
楚 采集
采集蝴蝶标本，
配到
What? I don't know. What else? I'll think about it. Oh, what is that? Oh.
摸
Okay, you like road, street, method, way? Yeah, okay. That's fine.
« 南
Oh. Kidding. I knew that.
他们
它们贵不贵？
Use our gut feeling as much as possible. Whoops. A timely in time, yeah.
及时
Whoa! What happened here? Oh. Wait. Did I miss a G or something? I must have missed a G.
出
Ah! No, I talk about it.
就是
我工作就是为了付生活费。
I swear every time I just default to because. Oh, yeah.
看法
你的看法不一定对。
就是 for the reason, like, this needs to precisely, exactly, but that's not really that. That's not quite it.
公
More like for the reason of that. Wait. I'm not thinking clearly there. Oh, I took wrong. Thank you. Cricket. Yes.
热狗
我不喜欢吃热狗。
湖
What am I looking at?
讲话
他的讲话已经录了音。
留言
我不会听信这个留言。
拉票
他正在努力拉票。
拉票. Oh. Okay.
报剪
What? I don't know what's going. Oh wait. Hold up. I think I know.
猫
Oh no. Oh no. We got it.
节日
节日过得很快乐。
Benjamin Franklin came through. 节日.
适度
适度的体育活动。
但
I think because works here. However, I'm gonna use because as a backup.
通知
我会通知你的。
蓝图
蓝图纸
Like fin men, fish fin men, swim fins. Oh, I think it's swim fins.
李子，
把李子从树上摘下来。
I don't know anymore. Wait, I don't know anymore. What's going on there? Hmm.
壮，
Hmm. What did I mess up? Oh, I messed up the last thing. Okay. Ugh. How did it work? Man, drawing a blank now. The jailer, right? No, that's not a jailer. Wow. What am I looking at? I'm legit at a loss for the left one. I think the top thing is something that I've forgotten what it is. Or maybe the whole thing is one thing and I've forgotten what it is. Hmm. I don't know what it is right now. I'll try again later.
女儿，
我是他的女儿。
今后，
今后10年，
Oh, what is happening here? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. Oh, wrong tone. Uh, I've lost this too. No, it's not that. No, it's not that either. I'm gonna push that.
专利，
申请专利。
申请专利。
寻，出口成章，
他的演讲总是能够出口成章。
祝福，
祝福新婚夫妇。
I guess to wish well is fine too. Oops. Missed the one. Ooh, to wish well, or to wish well plus happiness. To bless. Oh yeah. It's still to wish well. To bless something. Okay. So what happened here? We have brooms. It's like the thing with the convenience thing, right? Rice patty. Oh no, not rice patty. Sun? Yeah. Oh. I don't understand.
之
Steak beans in a suit.你不要这么贵的 Oh.
礼物，
你不必要送这么贵的礼物。
Context sentences for the win.
美元，
美元升值了，
跟机车，
他会骑机车。
The heck's a 机车 The car? What the 机车? Is that supposed to be a scooter? Probably a scooter, huh?
否定，
我不想否定你们的成绩。
Or oppose. I mean, I don't know what this is anymore. What is going on? Is that a bazooka? That's not a bazooka. No, it's not that. I know what that is. Oh. No, it can't be that. I thought I... No, it's not that.
"气温，
气温回升，
Oh, to negate? I mean, they're all the same. Save me. Oh, what happened? Oh, I typed Z.
危急，
在危急时刻他保护了我。
懂得，
我懂得你的问题。
I need to I need to silence that.
团，
Yeah, it's just a complete blank. Ah. Oh, wait. No way, this is it. No, I don't think so. No. No. No.
初级、
这本书适合初级学生。
Deny, negate, to oppose. They're. I think all of these kind of just slams together. You're gonna need to kind of negotiate the nuances at a different time.
饿死、
他饿死了。
来、
Oops.
南极、
南极的温度是-35°C。
照顾、
你要好好照顾自己。
That is take care, but look after. Or to care for, sure. Okay, what's going on here? Because it's like sun, ground, right? And the broom comes in, you do the sun. Oh, wait. But maybe I'm confusing it with... No, where would the broom go? Or listen, wind, Winty, 跟加, so it's like 跟加, what? The copier ensued? And then 讲了 what is going on? I typed that already. I don't know when. How could I not know? That is exactly what I think it is.
星星、
No, we're not worried about that. I thought that was the first thing I typed.
花园、
I might have
花
not
园里
typed
的
it.
花都开了。
喂、值得、
那部电影值得去看吗？
What are you? I still don't know what you are. What could you possibly be? Surf? Yeah. What is the top thing? I'm gonna probably block this out. Yeah, it's firm. Oh. Oh, yeah, we only have one firm, huh? That's fine. Do I not know? Probably because of soil. Probably because of the soil. I'm not gonna worry about the firm.
武器，
放下武器。
希望，
我希望不会下雨。
被子，
他睡觉时喜欢用2条被子。
跳，
Hold the phone. Oh no, I'm stuck to that line of thinking. Okay, okay, we're fine.
伤害，
他伤害了我的感情。
坚持，
他坚持每天运动。
受伤，
很多人受伤。
Hmm.
.脚印，
Okay, that's fine.
歌剧，
歌剧演员。
多媒体，
学校里有一个专门的多媒体教室。
更加，
问题更加复杂了。
善，
Oh no, not again. Not no. No, no, no. I got it. Fine.
保证，
靠不住的保证。
wait, 保证. Evidence? Protect evidence.
生命，
安全带能救生命。
保证. What? Guarantee? Oh. Fine. Same difference in that one. I swear Gemini just activates all the time randomly. Okay.
撒补习班
他在补习班教英文。
改善
我想要改善我的健康。
What? What? Oh, there's a stroke on the top.
按时
请按时完成这份工作。
Best time. Dedicate time to another way to say press time. On time. Oh, press time? That's fine. Is it scheduled too? Yeah, it's scheduled.
冒内乱
国家的稳定受到内乱的威胁。
末意义
他的话有深刻的意义。
Oh, that's droppings. Okay.
表格
把你手边那张表格递给我。
All right. We nailed it this time, but I still think that is a really rough one. That is a very rough one. That's not Thai. I gotta. Oh no, Thai. No Thai. Thai.
对待
要认真对待这个问题。
对待这个问题。I treat. Correctly treat. Like, how do we correctly treat something? How do we take on, like, pursue? Address?
烟课程
我们的课程结束了。
创造，
古代中国创造了伟大的文明。
Oh,
努力，
that's new.
我们的努力已经到顶了。
因此，
我没学过外语，因此不能出国留学。
It's not quite how I would say it, I suppose.
浪费，
浪费时间就是浪费生命。
误导，
那个广告误导了顾客。
仿，设立，
公司在台北设立了一个新办公室。
结束，
派对在午夜结束。
I don't know. It's more like because oh, what happened? Oh. Therefore, yeah. I'm just gonna add because. Because it's my crutch. But it's fine. Just gotta feel it out. What happened? Oh. Okay.
丰满，
丰满的女人，
You can't put plump. That was a test. Oh, I hit S instead of Z.
杂草，
我花了一天时间来清除杂草。
消费，
消费者消费物品，
Disappearing funds. How do I disappear funds? I don't know how to consume. Oh yeah, that's right. Not in that form of spent, but something gets spent. How do I screw this up? Oh, right.
整个，
整个家庭都参加了这次活动。
建造，
这座大桥是由工程师们建造的。
学费，
这所大学的学费很昂贵。
Oh. How did this work? To treat? How do we treat something? Address? Oh, it's just to treat? Okay, okay. There's a lot of pivot if it's figurative or literal. In this case, it's to address or concern with a problem. Or treat the problem. But in the example sentence, it wasn't referring to like treat as in treatment. Help! Help! Oh, okay.
创意，
我希望我能更有创意。
Yeah. Drama. A different drama.
细，
Same but different. Whoa! Wait, what happened? Oh. Dang it, I typed the wrong thing. Wait, how did this work again? Okay.
香，
Yes.
富，
No.
创新，
我们必须创新。
To create new? Oh. Ah, I made a typo. Okay.
有效，
有效射程。
Oh no, what is that? That's supposed to be like a... What?
痛，
What?
设计，
他设计了我的房间。
平， 落， 创始人，
他是这家公司的创始人。
墙。车站。
我们在车站见面吧。
Oh, station. Or transportation station, that's fine too. And any other. Really?
房屋。
我们正在找一间新房屋。
架。场。完整。
我们需要一份完整的报告。
合并。
5个组合并为2个。
What? I don't know. Become one? How do I become one? I don't think.
缺点。
我们应该正视自己的缺点。
谈判。
谈判中断了。
It's not spring. I don't think this is supposed to be spring, right? What did they use for this? It's not a wig, or is it? I don't. Okay.
船员。
全体船员得救了。
图。
What are you supposed to be? A headdress? Okay.
谈话。
请不要打断我们的谈话。
Conversation, that's one.
资。币。
Heck is hubing? Like combine suitable. I think we're gonna block this one out too. Yeah, combine. Combine. Do combine. combining. Also, forming, formed. Like five groups, right? Became 2. But it can be become, form, combine, merge. Yeah, there's this quite a lot.
挂人群
我不喜欢人群。
If all fails, coral? No. No, right? Oh no, that's just a crowd.
美美
他每每工作到深夜。
5
Okay, there are a few questionable things. We blocked out 2 as well. That's okay. Oh, we're about to reach another milestone. Okay. What time is it? 11:30. Okay. Alright, let's go over these. I think I have a few some of these are questionable for tomorrow. Alright, T. It's gone. Wait. Lee. No, not Lee. Lu. Why? Wait, hold. Gun, right? Gun. Ooh. Whoa. Gun. Yeah, this is shaky. Shaky without going through the mnemonics. We'll be back for those. Sanbu. Mubiao. Zhen Chang. 年纪 背景 基地 跑步 增加 人家 人家 Z's and G's next to each other 人家 标题 标题 Oh, yep. 初步 Okay. 初步 进步 夜景 导入 Alright, let's get this. Oh no, I don't want to write terrarium. Nah, I guess So, Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of his house, checking on his checking on his experiment, his ongoing experiment, right? Discovered that everything in his terrarium is now dead, which he covers with a silk cloth or something. And he wonders how he will continue the experiment. Nothing too sad, just moving along. Next experiment. And we have Luke Skywalker in the bathroom of his house, sneakily wanting to build a snowman. Because he watched Frozen, obviously. Wait, how does snowman work? Oh, I missed the stroke, that's why it doesn't work. Snowman. And when he built a snowman, he used his lightsaber, right, to carve a metal record of what it looks like before the poor guy melted. And we have Goofy somehow made his way into the high school bathroom and found a very strange folding stool with soil on it. And like Goofy, he did a strange thing which caused a really weird a strange event with a soul. Yabba dabba doo? I suppose. It's not goofy, but souls, mystery. It's a mystery. Alright. Gandalf. Gandalf in front of the pawn shop, opening up in during down daybreak. Daybreak is the other way around. Opening. Oh my goodness, I did it again. Daybreak. At daybreak, decided to bring out a stack of doll houses and place them on the ground, proclaiming, hovering them in the air with your magic and whatnot, proclaiming that there will be a flash sale on doll houses for whatever reason. And we have George Costanza in front of the house with his elder people watching, right? With his elder people watching, talking about what would conspire someone. What would conspire someone to walk their pigs under the hot sun each day? Just normal things. And we have Walter White, who is making his way to the bathroom in the office building that he's working at now. And for whatever reason, he's caught into some office mess where he found himself weirdly holding on with his fingers a flag while being chased by... holding on to a flag with his fingers while being chased around by a mole. No idea. Maybe a mole? Like an agent mole? That could be a thing. Okay. And then we have Gandalf making his way into the basement of the pawn shop where he's shopping currently. And he's hastily or hurriedly walking around. Walking around while trying to find something suitable for his journey, and he came upon a syringe, a magical syringe that glows with with the power of the sun or something. I think that's pretty good. I think all of them checked out, right? All of them checked out. Pretty sure this is Gandalf. Oh no, it's not. It's not Gandalf. It's Professor X. Oh man. Yeah, this one's probably the weakest. This is, yeah, I was afraid this was going to happen. And how do I Shen? Shen. And yeah, Shen is of the Shi. Chi, right? Chi, Shen. Yeah, this one's gonna be the weakest for certain. I can't tell the difference between the stuff. Oh, yeah, Professor X is levitating things. I see, with his telekinetic powers as opposed to like magic. So this one, I can't place Professor X. It could be anyone who can levitate something. Gotta stick some telepathy in it or something. Alright, there you have it. That's the end for our HanziHero session. Yeah, pretty brief. There were 2 or 3 concerns, but I think I'm okay. I think the one that I had a mental block in is a little bit disappointing, and that was Jian to firm Jian. And there was only one instance of Jian there. Weirdly enough, I was kind of expecting more. Okay. So Jian was the sometimes you forget them, you know? It was fine the moment there was more context. I don't know what the sentence was. Oh no, there wasn't any sentence because it was the... Oh, wait, no, there was. Yeah, the sentence wasn't helpful. It could have been any action. Jian. What was it? Jianchi. Oh, even the definition was not that great, right? Firm insist to press. Oh yeah, it was like no, not press. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. There was also another one with press. R, right? R something. On time. R sure. On time, on schedule, to press for time. R sure. I forgot what the Jian one is. Firm something. That's okay. I'm good in next round around, I hope. Alright. Yeah, we're reaching a milestone. It's gonna be great to use almost all of these characters and then discovering new vocabulary words. Yeah, vocabulary words are definitely second fiddle to the characters, right? There are way more vocabulary words using the characters that we know now. I think so. Like with 900 characters, because we won't start until July. With 900 characters, we can probably discover way more vocabulary. And with that, in July, I'll start adding vocabulary words or checking if they're in HanziHero. If they're already in HanziHero, we'll ask them, but until it comes up on its own. But usually, the ones that we're adding, the vocabulary is incomplete in this. They're deliberately trying to introduce a couple of vocabulary words as a way to reinforce the combination or the meaning, but not necessarily the use of all the characters. So you'll line up fairly well. We'll be over HSK 1 to 3. Maybe I can even make the prompts restrict itself to HSK 3 and below. I don't know how well that works, but we'll see. And then we can proliferate using the dictionary, right? We can use the dictionary mode in HanziHero to proliferate vocabulary words with specifically the characters that we know, to embellish and refine and add more to the memory of the character. That's kind of the plan in July. So I'm not too concerned that I'm losing, like I may potentially lose track of some of these characters and or vocabulary words, because we're gonna go at it from a different direction. We're gonna go at it from top down at some point. So Japanese might be a little bit different too, because we don't have access to that type of functionality. So I might have to like find a way to mix maybe an Anki thing with WaniKani into kind of achieve a similar thing. But yeah, word discovery is quite nice when it's conceptualized. Not too much worrying. It's kind of still filling out and arbitrarily saying, am I okay with this? I'm kind of okay with this. Am I going to use this? Not for now, so we'll block it, push it. That kind of thing is purely based on what I'm doing now, like not on stream. Largely because those are my regular things and you can't actually stream those. Okay. Alright. So that's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, yeah. Right. Everyone's more than welcome to follow along. If you've been learning Mandarin for a while, or reading traditional characters per se, even using HanziHero for extended time, it'd be I welcome exchanging some anecdotes and experiences. Having a bit of coffee table talk. Always feel free. Welcome to banter and exchange stories, war stories. Kidding. So until then, for those who are only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见. I'm gonna end the day with Neverwinter. It's Monday again. Well, not to be Monday. So I'll be back for that. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a bathroom break, maybe grab a little bit of glucose, and I'll be back in a bit. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is the 5th week, right? It's Monday again, reset day. Last week was business as usual. It's a 4 out of 10, right? Below average quest structure. I thought the new pool of repeatables were very agreeable, and for whatever reason, it seems to enrich for those. I think it's still true now. Today we get to do the conclusion of whatever is happening. So the last time, they finally discovered what the underlying plot was for Zastam, right? Zastam is trying to corrupt a celestial, which last week we actually coincidentally got to queue the random trial queue into, I keep forgetting what the trial is called, but I think the name of the celestial is like Valkyria or something. Valkyriel. It was an angel name. It was nice to be able to coincidentally show what it looks like, at least. I don't expect myself to ever hit a advance. It's experience only. Honestly, it's probably one of the most downturning modules if they continue to invest. Obviously, it's a controversial opinion, but generally speaking, maybe it takes less time or less resources, but I like to think that if their resources are divided between dungeons and trials, dungeons all the time, and if trials are like a set piece in which is supposed to be different, I think it requires a further tier. I said a little bit jokingly, but maybe a bucket list thing, I'm embracing the Holy Trinity, the 3-man party system, as a way to complement 5-player dungeons, as opposed to constantly still continue to push for trial. Might be a quality of life thing to consider in order to make things more manageable. It could be more intimate, right? Having less players may provide alleviation for scaling. Individualistic mechanical punishes, like in a Trinity moment, you can have a lot less scaling problems than trials, because trials have a lot of players and players scale wildly, right? The more the gap between a player entry, between the experience and the geared, the larger that gap will be accentuated when you have more players. It's multiplicatively, or it's multiplying the problems of scaling. And oftentimes that comes back as design choices. Like, oh, we need to scale the normal differently from the advanced, from the masters, and that can produce mixed results. However, if you scale down the players, mechanics can be more involved and more intricate, because each player can be compartmentalized. So for example, mechanics that target only the tank, only the healer, and only the pain giver can be refined in a sense. Then each player, but again, there's already an uphill battle for Neverwinter. Communication between pugs, which is kind of funny because Night Rain just came out, and that's a three-player format. Although the 3-player format is using the more modern standard, which is to remove the Trinity, to soften the Trinity, and make each player. But what their solution to making each player mandatory is scaling the content so aggressively that it requires the 3 players to manage all the roles. Now, in Neverwinter's sense, you can have specialists. Healers are healers, tanks are tanks, and pain givers are pain givers. So there's already a very strong pre-selection for design that allows you to emphasize intimate things. So like, for example, a 3-player dungeon would be like your tank knows how to block. So you have segregated mechanics. You can even have them simultaneously in effect, where a tank is responsible for mitigation and blocking certain mechanics, which can be catered to the tanks. So you can introduce tank-centric mechanics, which have already exist. There are tank breakers, various tank breakers you can repurpose, various like directional things that you can, like, for example, layer the Mad Dragon, where a person is pointing a cannon, right? And those are softened by having less players in there, right? And then healers have like a healing related thing, maybe healing a target while they're incapacitated. That's a common theme. Like a tank can be obligatorily incapacitated, but they are responsible for staying away from the other two players that lead to splash damage. And then pain givers have either a melee or a range centric punish and etc, right? And then maybe utilize their movement abilities and whatnot. So I think that would be something to consider, as opposed to constantly trying to scale and adjust effectively the scaling issue. And in my opinion, like the recent loot box, that the impressive efficacy of like the equip power or something in any particular gear is less exaggerated when you have less players bouncing on, like multiplying the problem or the scaling. I don't know. That's what I've been thinking lately. But other than that, we can see the conclusion. Sorry, I kind of digressed into the trial thing. We're gonna see how it gets to it. You know, that gets to the trial. We saw like a, I don't know, a vision, like a scrying orb peek at what Zastom was doing with the help of our resistance peeps, and then we're gonna get in and see what happens. Right? I don't imagine it being. Actually, it might be long, largely because the second milestone one was quite long. So let's check it out. I doubt there are anything promo. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Where have we left off? Where are you?
There are plenty of people who could do with a helping hand. I may have some ideas. And so Zastam's plan is to use the Mythalar to corrupt and subjugate a Celestial? To what end? To create a new Zariel?
That's
a
what I
Zariel
thought.
he can command? It's smaller in scale than I thought. I expected something bigger. Perhaps there's more to this. Just one stage of many. Yes, I'm sure of it. That poor soul. She must be in agony. We'll have to do something for her. No mercy.
Huh. He thought it was gonna be bigger? To corrupt the Celestial is not big enough for you? Tester, what's wrong with you? Are you a mole? Alright, hold up. Let's go grab our historian weekly stuff. Maybe there's a new weekly after this milestone. Yes, indeed. That is what that saying is.
People of Thay are the
Now we have to pick up our activity one. Okay, so where are we going? Oh, we're just gonna, okay.
I have some Talus cards for sale if you... I'm still trying to wrap my head around what we saw. Binding a demon or a devil is one thing, but trying to corrupt an angel? Oh, that's ambitious. And reckless.
Oh no, if you talk to Tester, he doesn't think that's ambitious enough. Any ideas on how to put her out of her misery? We end up rescuing her.
Whoa, Firebrand. We're talking about killing a Celestial. They might not have been part of the curriculum, but I know a servant of the gods when I see one. You're asking a lot from me. Okay, fine. You could try to weaken the hold the Zulkirs have on her, and then fight her. It's the most direct way I can think of, but the most dangerous. We're talking killing Zulkirs and the Celestial. That's a tall order, even for you. Just give me some time. I might have another approach.
Yeah, the Zolkirs are those like casters in one of the phases too. Alright, I guess I'll talk to you later. Alright, looks like Esser wants a word.
I think we've done everything. Defeat the Zulkir, then the Celestial. That's a tall order. But after everything you've been through, everything you've achieved, you might just be able to pull it off. Also, come to think of it, we're killing two birds with one stone this way. Those Zulkir need to die. They're part of Tam's plan somehow. I know it. Hey, Hero, when the time comes, know that we're granting the Celestial peace. She's suffering right now. If that makes it any easier for you.
Wait, are you telling me this is the end? That'd be kind of disappointing. Oh, no, okay. Me and like 9 other adventurers though.
I used to get hired to do weather forecasts for no... Right. So, there's a problem. That tower is well protected. I was able to brute force my way in with a scry, but trying to get you up there is another matter. What I have in mind is combining a scrying spell and a dimension door. It's going to be a tad tricky, especially with the additional measures and conditions I'll need to put in place, just so you don't get shredded to pieces, or lost in the astral of all eternity. Here are all the things you'll need to get from me.
I started thinking about a funny scene with Geralt from the Witcher series. Whenever he has to go through a portal, he's like, I don't like portals. And this would be one of those like, oh yay, thanks. Shred it into pieces or get lost in the astral for all eternity. That sounds great. Alright, what do we have? Gather the eyes of a corrupted drake. Where the heck do you get that? Obtain a skeleton key from a bone. Oh, this seems fun. Oh, I like this. Gather. Oh, that's very Western fantasy like. You're just gathering different particular pieces. That's kind of neat. All right, so let's get the egg. Which corrupted? Where would one find a corrupted drake? Oh, I wasn't even here. Oh yeah, this is neat. But where are we going to get this? Here somewhere. Oh, I see. You're not. This feels like a proper dungeoning tasks, or I mean proper Western fantasy tasks. You guys are so loud. Wait. I don't... What am I looking at? Do you have it? Oh, this is where the skeleton key was. Alright. We have acquired the skeleton key. Alright. Where's the corrupted drake at? I like this. I think this is one of my like easily one of my favorite aspects of the story thing. It feels like they're deliberately placing things around the place as set pieces. So all the environments aren't pass-throughs, but they're all the pieces of... They're placed there deliberately, which I quite like. Yeah, like... Hi. Oh, yeah, see, this stuff is great. Moist Equal? What a name. Okay. Alright, so we got pure water, right? Alright, alright. Piece of a piece of stone. Is any stone? Alright, where's this Drake at? I'm probably only gonna do this tune today. It's getting late. Sorry, after midnight. I was talking about other things today. About the... Oh, I can get the spikes. Hey, oh, no. It's, Ezo. Those spikes. Come here, my buddy. Can you not, please? I wish the guy stop attacking. Oh, there it is. There. Oh, I need 6 of these. Oh, that's annoying. Time to switch instances. Because the guy is prioritizing the same thing. I don't think they're going after the main. He clearly baned multiple times the Ezreals. I can't get him. Alright. Doesn't help me. Okay. Try again. There were some patch notes, but the patch notes are not related to, not very much related to. How is it possible that the one person that is on this map is an annoying person who happens to have cleared the area? And now I'm stuck for another minute. Amazing. Oh, actually, I think the Drake might be here, though. Oh, no, wait. Oh, that's weird. Oh, the person just went in to grab the thing. Alright, alright. I'm okay with this. It's not enough, but I'll take it. That means the other guys might respawn in time. Okay. Oh, it just tells me here. I thought the Drake thing. Yeah, wait, is the Drake thing here? No? It's not this. I doubt it. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, it's right here. Or no? Nope. Yep. Thank you, game. Yeah, the one person. The one person. Oh, but they could be doing this same quest line though. Oh boy, yay, the assassin. Oh, my favorite thing. Alright. So now we got the spikes. Why we need 6? I don't know. Okay. So now where are you leading me? Not in order. I want to bump into a random assassin eventually. Okay. Alright. Wait. Oh, really? It's up here? This is the second time we've been up here. Alright. Go on. Oh, this stone. Very specific stone. Alright, where's this dragon at? Huh. Can I just buffoonery my way down? I can buffoonery my way down. Alright. Corrupted Drake, you say? Oh. I don't remember seeing a drake. Do I... Oh! There is a drake here. I don't remember seeing you though. Alright, we're good. Can we not, please? Sure. Close. Same difference. Okay.
Break your chains and seize control.
Still, the voice box is still shenaniganed. Nice. Alright, now what? You just TP us?
Got everything on that list? Perfect. This could take a while, so if anyone else needs you, go on ahead and help them out in the meantime.
Alright, fair enough. You got anything for me?
Hero, just when I needed you. Listen, I tried to reach out to the rest of the network to tell them what we've discovered.
So here's where the spiders are.
Nothing. Darkness. I can't get through to anyone outside of the city. I knew as soon as we found out about Tam's new pet, he'd move against us. I just didn't expect it to be this soon. It was like he knew. Like he was poised to make his move. We have to act fast. The Minutia have shared with me a series of secret escape routes. Unfortunately, a few of them are blocked. Clear out the pests, and I can coordinate a retreat for the others.
The Minutia. My kin. Or this character's kin. Alright. Fair enough. That's where the spiders come in. Wasn't anything like super deep, but they some spooters. Spooters and displacer bees. Come up here, please. All right. Alright. Hi guys. Alright. Oh. I completed the other the other task. Short one. Alright. Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Think for yourselves.
Yes, yes. I appreciate the pep talk. Alright. I'm gonna head down the side thing. Avoid it at all costs otherwise. Alright, spooters. I'm here willingly for once. Alright. Pest control. Taken care of. Right back. Haven't done anything down here. Like right here. Don't you dare tell me to do a heroic encounter.
Sastam is not a god. He cannot see all.
Effective. Okay.
I've nothing for you at the moment. Some of the resistance are choosing to stay behind to continue our efforts, but their families are being sent away to safety. Look, I know I don't say this enough, but thank you, hero.
Anytime.
I have a bad feeling. A
Oh.
nagging, gnawing pit in my gut. With how the network went dark. Damn it all, he should have contacted me by now.
Oh.
You have to go check on him in person. I'd do it myself, but I need to stay here to coordinate in case we need to organize additional retreats. Make sure no one is following you.
Interesting. Oh, the guy in the recorder, the crystal thing. All right. Let's hand this stuff in whenever we can.
You know, another round.
All right, so we gotta investigate our little like clandestine mystery voice guy. Okay. Where's the area? Okay. Oh, that's where this little thing is. That's where this encampment's were. Oh, hey, it's the assassin. Hey, can we talk for a little bit? Thank you. Amazing. Oh my gosh, I failed. Yes. All right, let's get back on task here. So this is where this thing comes in. What am I? Oh, no, wait. Yes, wait. Huh. Oh. It's going up. Okay. Alright. Yes. Thanks. Thanks, Reggie. Just aggro everything. Alright. Going up. Oh, they're turned resistance members. Oh, rip. They're all turned. Maybe he's kidnapped and maybe he's imprisoned. Slay the undead. Oh, rip. He didn't make it. Wow, thank you. The guy didn't make it. Did not live.
Break your chains and seize control.
Yes.
Well, what is it? Is he safe? Is he... No. Oh no. Zared. They got to him, didn't they? They turned him. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Don't apologize. Hero, I know what I'm asking. And I've been asking a lot of you since you got here. But I need you to find Zaz Tam. I need you to find him. Find out what he's up to. And then kill him for me. I want him dead. I need him dead. They needs him dead. Have you ever wondered what this place could be like? A they without red wizards. A they without Tam. That is what we fight for.
I kind of want to watch the movie again. Maybe I'll do that. I kind of want to see how they're depicting the red wizard things again. Alright, alright. Oh, she's ready.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. I hate having to use him, but there's a guy that might be able to help us with our problem. I wouldn't be sending you over to him if I didn't think it would benefit us, so trust me on this, okay?
Go on.
He goes by Craig. He's a peddler of exotic and hard-to-obtain wares. If anyone might have something on Celestials, it's him.
Craig? That sounds like a suspicious fella. Alright. Oh, is he in town? Oh, he is in town. Yep.
Welcome, welcome. I've
Oh,
got
of
dinosaurs
course.
from Chult, the latest novels from Baldur's Gate, and a few infernal trinkets from the hells themselves. Can I interest you in anything?
Why am I not surprised they made you a halfling?
Indeed I am. Welcome to my shady little corner of the market. To be honest, I was expecting you sooner. Now, what can Craig do for you? I got goods from all over. Spices from the Harua, mushrooms from the Underdark. Even a couple of illustrated Volothat limited editions. Signed, too. Can I interest you in anything unusual?
So he has telepathy as well?
I've had my peepers on you for some time now, my friend. Seems Velora's finally considered using my services again. While I'm flattered and impressed with her trying to be discreet, I'm already very aware of your particular problem. Now, it's my business to know things. How do you think I get all these exotic and hard-to-obtain goods into Thay? Shall we talk business?
Alright, what do you want?
Oh, no. This is about what you want or need. I happen to have information on something that can help you avoid killing that celestial
Oh, there it is.
That can save her. Blessed stardust that has passed through the upper planes themselves. Of course, I can't just hand it over for free. Though, perhaps a favor for a favor.
Alright. Again, what do you want?
The Thotchian. Vet Banzarok has a grimoire I would really like to get my hands on. I have a client who is a bit of a collector, and he's not the sort of man you want to disappoint. I've also another client who would very much like to see the Thotchian dead. This aligns with the Resistance wants, right? Get me that grimoire, kill the Thotchian, and you'll have your stardust. To sweeten the deal, Banzarok has a literal treasure trove of goods. You get first dibs on everything, except that grimoire. If you set out now, you'll likely find him vulnerable in his hideaway. I'll point you in the right direction.
You better keep your end of the bargain. I imagine he's good on his words. Right? Right? The gallery or whispers? Is that? Nope, that's not where I think it is. Alright. Craig. What a name. A broker. A hidey hole, huh? Oh, is it in this little cavern thing that we did for the resistance? The recruit resistance? Yeah. Oh. Don't mind me. Intriguing. You don't, this doesn't happen very often in this module. Zoning to another place. They practically annihilate all the weeklies. In this case as well. Yeah, loading hangups happen all the time with instance things. So that's kind of nice, I suppose. In a way, from a design standpoint, that's pretty nice that there wasn't any loading instances. So it lowers the transition time between things, so you don't have things like this happen. Oh, I wonder if this is considered a weekly. So we'll have to go back to this.
Enter my private sanctum. No matter. You'll join the others buried beneath my feet. I know you, hero of Neverwinter. I've been spying you in my paintings.
Intriguing. Ooh, okay. Spoofy. Can I, what am I supposed to do? Oh, we have to take care of these guys, okay. Yep, okay. No campfire running. Maybe campfire running on repeat, possibly. Alright, to cut down the undead. Hello? Friendly?
You're useful. I'll kill you, then maybe turn you into my personal little plaything.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's gonna happen. Friendly? Nope. All right. That's the last of them. Now, where are you, my friend? Ah, here we are. Oh, what a cozy place you have. You have some zucchini.
You can attack
zucchini.
Banzarok? Guards, kill it!
Oh, he's a doofus. Ooh, music. Oh, they're called. All right.
No, no, I am the fortune. I cannot die. You cannot kill me. She foresaw.
Yeah, he had no HP. That's kind of funny. He tried to make a run for it. Oh, this place is cool. Oh, that's really neat. Man, this guy was living the life. Alright, we got what we came for. I guess... Was there any... Is this themed? No, it's not themed. Okay. I thought there might be something themed. Like, we were welcome to the treasure, but... Typical knickknacks. That was neat. I like it. I like it. Okay. So we get the dust. Now maybe we'll do the heroic encounters this time. For the giggles.
Welcome, welcome. I take it Banzarok has left this mortal coil. Valora's going to be thrilled. Oh, you didn't know? Banzarok's the one who had her disgraced.
Oh.
It was his death she foretold. Anyway, thank you for the grimoire. Looks to make interesting reading.
Oh, so we were just helping out Valora anyways.
Welcome, welcome. Browse as long as you like. Since you did what I asked, and then some, I'll honor my end of the deal. The Stardust you are looking for is located in a ritual chamber within the catacombs. Now, before you get mad at me, I never said I had the Stardust.
Oh, come on.
I specifically said I had information on it. Besides, I helped you and your resistance friends were telling you where to find Banzarok. Him being dead greatly benefits you. Have fun down there. There's always a few interesting little secrets within the catacombs.
Yeah. Craig. Hecking Craig. Where is this leading me? Oh, can't tell. Classic trick. Only got 30, so. Alright. Catacombs. Where might they be? Oh, I know where it is. It's down the hill. Yeah, it's at the end. There's an entrance. Right. It's that little entrance down here. I think we can use this to like try to avoid. Cool. Yeah, so there was this here. Maybe this is a weekly? Ooh, that's kind of neat. Left or right? Huh. What happens if I go right? Is it just blocked off? Oh, hi. Hello? That's not ominous at all. Oh. Oh, that's neat. Oh. Oh, this is very neat. Although we can take advantage of our camera. Oh, this is interesting. Finding the exit. Okay. Oh, this is neat. Okay, you know what? Let's just do it like, let's zoom in, right? Okay. Have I been here? Oh. Nice. Oh, wait. Not nice. Oh. Oh. Neat. Oh, that's okay. Wow, they really pulled out the stops. Disable, press. Oh. Nice. Now I kind of want to know what you do when you go left instead of right. Oh, we have to perform the ritual. And then we have to go down the left. I see. Very neat. And go down the center, huh? Oh. Neat. It's over here. Okay. Something else other than a maze? Oh. Five they were, bound by fate. Each one fell to spite and hate. Jealousy, fear, folly, and law. A chain of deaths without a flaw. The king in pride ruled all alone, but the lady's heart had turned to stone. With poisoned wine she claims his crown, for jealous wrath had struck him down. The lady rose, her reign was near, but the jester's blade erased her cheer. She scorned his jokes, her heart was cold, so he struck her down, defiant and bold. The jester laughed, his act complete, but the wizard's fire brought his defeat. For he has seen the jester's crime, and fear his own would come in time. The wizard stood with power untamed, but the knight's blade his life reclaimed. In rage and grief for all who fell, the knight struck down the mage as well. The knight stood tall, his justice done, yet his end had only just begun. For by the law the king once made, the knight was blamed for every blade, as axe swung swift at the kingdom's gate, and thus he met his final fate. Okay, so I guess there are 5 things here, right? 5 things, 5 graves. So maybe we go by the order of the people. So what? We had the king, lady, jester, wizard, and knight. Oh, the dagger, goblet, axe, fire spell. Oh, okay. So we take the goblet because of poison. Oh wait. I held the world within my hand, yet time reduced my golden land. From wisdom's reach I stand apart, where shadow fades and shadow start. What does this describe? Let's look at all the other ones. Bound by duty I remain, a loyal heart through joy and pain. I stood beside a fleeting grin, yet never where the stars begin. That kind of sounds like the knight. Oh, no, wait. That sounds like the queen, actually. That sounds like the queen. So let's just place the queen. A goblet. A painted mask, a cunning guise. I dance between where honor lies. The bridge of worlds I play my part. A trickster's wit, a schemer's art. What will you choose? We're doing... I think he did he pulled out a dagger, right? That's a jester. Ambitions burns within my soul. A beauty fierce to claim my... Oh, wait. I'll not be found near minds too so vast, but close to one who laughs at last. A beauty fierce to claim my goal? Oh no, I think I might have gotten 2 things mixed up. We'll see. In endless thought, my mind takes flight to seek the truth behind all sight. As far as stars from gold I rest, in quietude my endless quest. The mage? Can I take back the stuff? No. From wisdom reach I stand apart, where power does fade and shadow set. Oh no, but that... Oh, this guy is probably the knight. Alright, let's just... We had to reset, right? Oh, wait. Can I reset here? No, I can't reset here. Okay. Let's try again. Ah! I was kidding. Oh, wait. Is that exactly 5? Oh, no. I thought they might be like the 5 represent. Okay, so let's try this again. Alright. So. Interesting. A loyal heart through my joy and pain. I stand beside a fleeting grin, yet never will where the stars begin. Let's go with sword. Oh wait, it's whoever ended them, right? So the axe, probably a painted mask, and what ended you? A fire spell. What ended you? A dagger. In endless thought, my mind stay fight to seek the truth beyond all sight. As far as the sword and then the goblet, I guess. Over here. Yeah, okay. Neat! Very neat. More of this.
Ugh. Another pest has entered my nest.
Oh.
At least you're a sight better than my sister.
Excuse me? Come here and say that to my face. Or no, wait. You stay there. I'll come to you. What do you look like, huh? Okay. Oh, that side's blocked out.
I can hear you know. We both know everyone's been telling me I'm the prettier one.
Oh, is this like a... is this a witch moment, or what are we doing here? It is old miracle. I mean, kind of sounds like a witch moment. Oh no, it's a demon.
I blame you for this. We could have allied with Grazit, but
Demon and devils. Okay.
it had to be Malcolm.
Hi. Well, that's interesting. Can you stop doing that, please? That takes a really... Sorry to your sister. You're in the way. Oh, hey, a little bit of platforming.
Before that, you said we should have allied with Orcus.
Hey, adventurer, let's go be heroes.
Very neat. Oh, there's some square tiles. Oh, that took so long. I'm guessing that's a charm. No circles, only squares. Excuse me. Optional. Investigate the flickering light. Oh. Ooh, a grave robber.
Some call me a grave robber. I call myself a treasure hunter. And besides, we're in Thay. Who cares?
Alright. The art of grave robbing.
Say, how about you help me out, hmm? There's treasures worth finding here, but going through the hordes of undead and Thayans sounds difficult. But if you do find anything valuable, bring it here and leave it next to me. I'll make it worth your while.
Oh, this is neat. Consider it done. Aw, that's cool. How do I... What? Did I search for treasure? Do I search for treasure this way? Do I take the... Do I relieve the peeps of treasure? Doesn't seem like it. Alright. Treasure, you say? Treasure? Oh, okay. I don't know which way that ability is facing. Alright, it's fine. Alright. This thing? Nice. This is very cute. I like it. There you go.
Thank you. Here's a reward for being a sweetheart.
Oh, I wouldn't even look at what it was, but that's okay. It was on the bottom right hand screen. I was even looking. Okay. Neat. Even side questing. Side questing within the side questing.
Oh my, are you the one who will set me free? How about a little dance before I go?
Set you free, you say? You want to be set free, huh? Malcanthit. Malcanthit. Are we friendly? No? Can I just grunt through that? I can't. Do you phase? Yep. Oh, you just disappear?
There it is, the pesky thing. Be a dear and destroy it, will you?
You're just gone.
Come and see me again sometime. I'd love to get to know you better.
Alright. I'm not sure why she's speaking after disappearing. Alright. Oh, that was really neat. Bonus points. Definitely compensates for the currency thing. I think it's above average. That was really cool. I love those little riddles and whatnot.
There is strength in numbers.
Okay.
I've some Talus cards for a grimoire. And holy hells, this is blessed stardust! Okay. This book talks about how blessed stardust has the power to bind devils and demons, and purify celestials. Considering its properties, it can also be used as a conduit to funnel the corrupting essence of a demon into another source.
Okay. Another source, like a celestial, yeah.
Possibly, if you've got the appropriate setup. Magic like this can be manipulated and experimented with if you've the time and knowledge. And Tam has both in abundance. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he didn't figure out how to twist the nature of this to corrupt rather than cure. Plus use that mythalar as a method of amplifying its effects. By the looks of it, there's still enough power within to use it for our intended purpose. I might have an idea.
Good to hear. Do I just talk to you again? Yeah.
I used to get hired to do. That's it. I've done everything I can.
Okay, that's it.
There are several layers of protective spells in place to keep you safe, but once you're up there, you're out of my hands. I've prepared a ritual for you with the Stardust. It should activate an aura that will allow you to cleanse the Celestial's corruption. Think of yourself as a cleansing sensor. Survive for as long as you can up there, and the Stardust will do the work. You'll still need to fight the Zulkirs to weaken the corruption's hold. Good luck, Firebrand. Don't you die on me. I've grown fond of you.
Do we have like a story version of it? Oh, we do have a story version of it. Neat. Neat. Let's go. Where exactly did you say we're going? You're pointed. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Wait, is that really it? Oh, we don't get to do... Oh, okay.
I've nothing for you at the moment. Get ready, hero.
Oh,
This
okay.
is going to be a hell of a fight in more ways than one.
Oh, okay.
But we have faith in you. Cleanse the corruption. Free the celestial. Save her.
Yeah, that's the end. That means we have to get into a queue. I guess we could try. Like, what I mean is, which is RTQ for RTQ it today. 40. Alright. Does the historian have extras? Oh, the historian does. Okay, so the catacombs.
Where freedom is a luxury given to the chosen few. A queen finds herself in chains.
Only 10. Only 10 for that. Yeah, that...
You found yourself in the presence of Malconthet, queen of the succubi. But you were not here for her.
That is pretty depressing.
Relive this moment?
Alright, well... I guess let's finish up. Right. Let's finish up. Change up some stuff. Alright. And we'll finish up here. I don't know what the last thing is going to be said, but it involves needing to queue into the thing. So that's RG. Alright. Let's go finish up. What do we have? We have 60. Yeah, that's probably going to be quicker if we do this. So, like most things, we cleanse this. If I complete this in like the following weeks, then I'll just save it and see what it says at the end. But for now, we remove this. Activities complete on their own. And these weeklies, honestly, yeah, weeklies have been rough. Yeah. So 5 out of 10 though. The repeatable that little quest line thing is awesome. I think it's really cool. It makes up for basically the inevitable consternation that comes with having to bootstrap each week through extra stuff. So we're doing that now. And we'll call it a day. Maybe do a queue. See if we queue into it again. There, it is selective for, I think. I feel like I get the ritual shackles of divinity quite often actually. And we already opened our loot boxes. Our 75 loot boxes. Until next time. Conjurers and prisoners. No, they're too far apart. Okay, go here. Yeah, doing 4 sets of 3 or 5. What? 5 times doing 12 repeatables. Excel past doing the weeklies. Because the weeklies are the only way, in my opinion, to equate the weeklies is to make them 20 again. So I guess start the campaign, make them, start the campaign, make weeklies worth 20 again, I suppose. Oh, you have to put one of them is placing the scrying orb? Oh no. Oh no, wait, is it just one? Oh, please tell me you're not. Oh, that's so gross. That will be very gross if one of the repeatables is deliberately going all the way around the map. Okay, I might have to take that back. They might force your hand, and this would downgrade it to a 4 out of 10 if we have to place all the scrying orbs. Yeah. I don't want these guys to aggro me up the stairs. Oh, maybe it's different. Okay. Oh, it's in this one location. Maybe we're good. There's this name mob. That's kind of annoying. Oh, yay. Getting hit through the wall. That's amazing. Oh. And then puts me all the way at the top. Amazing. As inconvenient as possible. Wait, can I tap this? Yeah, these guys are shooting me through the wall. Oh. Oh, okay. So I'm going up here. Oh, parkour? Of course. Alright. Okay, so we parkour up here. Oh. That's kind of sketch, man. Oh, okay. Oh, that's neat. Fair enough. Now we can go to probably prisoners. We're close. Prisoners, C tier. Yeah, prisoner is definitely C tier. That surveillance orb is kind of A-ish tier. All right. Yeah, the mob types are kind of extra annoying too. Go free. Who no have quest free time for little parties to join is killing assassin. Wow, that statement. It looks like people are still failing the one heroic encounter in their routes. No patch notes on that. Acolyte one. Still consistently failing. There are some patch notes. I think this week. Am I keeping my eye on the second assassin gauge? Nine on this floor, not 10, 9. Okay. Alright. Invokers, they're on the bottom left. Invokers. Vanishing Act is a C tier as well. Assassin is like F tier, right? And then Heroic Encounter is like non-existent tier. It's a tier below F. Weeklies? C tier. All the weeklies are C. Oh, actually, the one weekly, the first weekly is C tier. The new one is F tier. It's off the charts F tier when it comes to like repeating it again. It's like non-existent tier, just like Heroic Encounters. Although Heroic Encounters is definitely worse. Okay. Oh, we got new Cure Zombie Stags. Yeah, we got new ones. So Zombie Stag is up here. Okay. So we'll do Vanishing Act, Invokers, then drop down to slay the turned resistance members. 20 of them? Okay, so Cure Zombie Stags. 10? I think that's B. That's a B tier. Probably. And then Slay 20. We'll see if there are even 20 there. Stags, definitely more than 10. Do I get an F skill? No F skill. Do I take you out then? Oops. Oh. I have to hit F on Stags. Oh, this is C tier. Yeah, this is C tier. Oh, this might get actually downgraded to this might be F tier. I thought maybe you get like an ability where you just do an AoE on the spot like they've done before, but no, you literally interact with them. And then you have to interact with them while the shamblers are around. Or, I mean, you have to take out the shamblers. without taking out the stags. Oh, but the guys might not be able to interrupt you. Let's see. Yeah, this is F. This is an F tier. A heavy F. Oh, I forgot. The Tenebrolov one is F2. F tier. Oh. Holy heck. This design is so toxic. Alright. It's 10 though. Oh, it's not that bad. Okay, we'll go back to C. Nah, D. Go back to D. I think overall, I think the collections of stuff is kind of sucky so far. Wait, where's this? Okay. This one is in the C, right? This is the C. Mid. Super mid. It's a mixed bag because sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's fast. Kind of a mixed bag. Yeah, like no key runes there. Alright. No. Give me all these key runes. You changed. I know, okay. I'm still in awe that the last weekly is worth 10. I may even argue 25, unless it's truncated. We could test. We could test if it's truncated. Maybe you just go straight in. If it's that, I think that's okay. I very much doubt it. They did all in their power to wear the novelty thin as fast as possible. Yeah, this one might actually be a D. Okay. And then let's hop down and see. Oh, no. No, we turn them in and then go from there. Maybe Tenebrov drops like companion gear or something. That I could kind of see that being a thing. I'm just seeing this guy saying like looking for 3 more for like the last 10 minutes, and they're like on 2 conditions. You have a cube and you can kill Tenebra solo. Like, alright, good luck. Alright, so now we have Warden. Oh, the Warden thing. Get the key. That's pretty good. We can go down there then. And then we'll do wrap around. There's an elevator here, no? Where's the elevator? Oh, they managed to find 2 DPS. Nice. Okay. Alright. You open these guys up. Maybe not try to aggro that guy. Or that guy. Don't you dare. Alright. Oh, I need to free all 4 of them. Okay. I actually need more. I actually need to acquire more than... Oh, are you kidding me? Actually increase this? I swear, whoever designed... Ugh. Actually increase the length of what you had to do. And you're also at the mercy of spawns? Give me the last key. Alright. Yes, that's fine. All right. Now let's see if there are 20 members. And then we'll go and check if the catacombs, because the wraiths lead to the catacombs. So we'll take out the wraiths. Oh, does it count on all these? Oh, okay. This one's pretty good. I like this one. Yeah. I'm okay with this one. Is that a name mob? You know. That's a no. Are you? Oh yeah, we're good. I don't know why they hit like dump trucks though. Kinda triggers me a lot. It's usually the archers. Okay. Now we go after the wraiths. Plus Tenebrov. No, can't solo. Alright. We'll take out the race, go down and see if the catacombs stay the same. If it is, I'm just immediately leaving. I like the novelty of it, for sure. But when you do things like repeat it for that, that's how you get an F immediately from me. Stick to your guns. No, stick to my criticism. Yeah, weeklies are not 10s. They're 20s. If not more. Oh joy. I might have to defeat myself because of assassins. I wonder if assassins can spawn. Oh no, I don't think the counter is visible, right? No, they're not visible. Alright, let's enter the catacombs. See what happens. Yep, not doing it. Maybe a random assassin? Come on. Come on. I dare you. I dare you show up. Right here. No? Alright. Trolls. Trolls are S tier. Trolls S tier. Spiders? A? Kill Thay Assassin. Are you serious? There's a repeatable for assassins. Okay, now you're... Yeah, this is no tier. Attaching a repeatable to an assassin. But I guess we can at least take down one assassin. That's alright. But that's still like F- tier. Whoever's idea that was. Wow. I can't believe that's a thing. Well, I can believe it. It's disappointing. Honestly, that drags it down. It's definitely a 4 out of 10 again. Oh, hello there, assassin. I've been told that I need to defeat at least one of you. You're some brilliant person. Thought that'd be a great idea. How is that assassin still alive? Hello? Thank you. Yeah, that's like a middle finger. Okay. Trolls. Trolls. Okay. Alright, and then spiders. Yeah. Oops. Okay. One more to go. And then I think we're gonna call it a day. It's an hour and a half to do all that. I'll be crossing my 3-hour policy now. Wait. Why are you running me through? All right. Yeah, spiders. S? I think spider. Spider is definitely S. Oh yeah. Assassins F. F or lower. Because you actually have to have access to assassins. And then also not have an assassin just randomly jump you while you're doing things. Rations? Rations are okay. Rations A. The freeing the things, that's an A too. Oh, my weekly stuff. No. And then cremation? Burn piles of corpses. Where's this? In 3 different locations? Pile of corpse. It's okay. That's like a B because of having to be in three different locations. Possibly a C if one is above ground, if they're a mix of above and below ground. How do we do this? We went this way, right? And maybe we'll do Q. See if we hit I only did this ration thing once or twice. I think this way is pretty good. Don't remember those. Like here. Like one more somewhere. Oh, it's like up here. Right? No, just kidding. And then there's 2 like in the corner over here. There are 2, right? I'm missing one. I don't know where it is. Other than the last one in that corner. I missed it somehow. Okay. Oh, wait, no. There's 2 next to each other, right? Alright. That's 100. I won't queue with this character. Oh, I should queue with this. Guess we have the thing. I usually queue with my paladin because yeah, sentinels not so hot. That's it. And then the rest is probably gonna be as uneventful as possible. So I will probably watch the D&D movie again before next week or something and talk about that. See if I can make some connections. Let's just queue in. I guess that's a tank. Alright, I don't have anything. Okay. And see if we queue into the thing. I'll give it 5 minutes before I call it a day. Or 10 minutes. I'll give it 10 minutes. It's 1:32 right now. So let's go over some brass tacks, right? I really like the writing and the set piece. The set piece is great. And I can kind of see why they, instead of proliferating with more weeklies, right? The last thing is really cool. Honestly though, changing the account to 20 offsets, allows one to incentivize and enjoy the last part, but because it's 10, it's already overstayed its welcome, like almost immediately. I think the short-sightedness when it comes to understanding that time is incredibly important to task, and novelty wears thins quite a bit. So like for that, it balloons everything. The death of repeatable weeklies, that's interesting. I wonder if the next module will be similar, unless they're planning to do something about it. I think that is incredibly foolish. I like the level design though. The level design and the quests, the things that get you around the map. Also, the lack of instancing is fantastic. You're just constantly going back and forth. However, I do break up the cadence because the map, there's a lot of moving, right? You have to travel on foot a lot. So the neat part about the map is also offset by the idea that while you're moving around and having, enjoying, navigating the map, when you start doing repeatables, how often you move around the map makes it so that it's not that fun, or like it's a chore to path back and forth over and over again. So that's why I used the teleporting thing. I TP to different entrances. So in the end of the day, it's still like having different weeklies and instancing in different places. Largely because you have to do it 3 times as many times. I would say even 4 times as long, because there are only 2 weeklies. Unless Tenebra, like the Tene weekly is gimped or reduced somehow, and the assassin stuff is reduced. I don't even think assassin gives credits. So if that is reduced in some way so that it occurs and complements it, maybe. Only maybe. And then the heroic encounters, some of the very obvious ones, they're fantastic. They're like really cool. I would say the heroic encounters are pretty cool, very involved, but again, they're only worth 10. It's in the end, it rears its ugly head over and over again. The intense anti-time choice. It's not one of those things that are technical. It's a business move. It's most definitely a business move. Can't excuse. There's no, like, what's the difference between 20 and 10, like in terms of experience or not? Well, it makes a large difference, a large negative impact versus a positive impact. It's one of those things. It was a change that didn't have to be a change. So overall, I really enjoyed the writing. I hope that's here to stay. And yeah, I'm willing to go around it and whatnot, and like the weeklies and stuff, if that's how they're gonna present the weekly. The weeklies are cool, the milestones are cool. It would be great if it was like once every week, once every milestone, but looking at it is what happens is it might as well just be 200, 400, 600, 800, and 1000. So I would not be surprised if it becomes 200, 400 each one, and then they just get rid of this thing here. This is like a incentive trap where like, oh, hey, look, there's 4 things, but it makes up, it's trying to, now it's compensating for how it's even more stripped down. My thought was that when they're heading towards another direction, when they were heading towards a pro-consumer direction, that these would eventually get filled out. So then it would be the milestones would be 10 different milestones, right? Or 10 different checkpoints. Or they flatten this and turn this into like an 8 pip thing, not a 10-week thing, but eventually shorten it to an 8-week or a 6-week thing. Instead, they still fix, so it's almost as though someone made the decision that it has to be 10 weeks long, and then whether you fill in the 10 weeks or not, it's your problem or it's your issue. So someone decide, in my opinion, I think there are separate people making these decisions. Someone decides how long it must be, 10 weeks, and stayed firm on that. Maybe an executive or something. I don't know. I don't have insider knowledge, but someone has made the decision to have to make these things 10 weeks long. Whether you have enough time to fill in the 10 weeks is not their problem, for example. And then someone who's determining the currency might actually be the same person who's doing the how long it takes, because currency is directly tied to how long one thinks about this 10 weeks. So progression or timing might be the same person. It kind of tracks, or a related group of people who has the same opinions that you should reduce. It's easier to feel like the weeks are filled with activity by reducing the amount of marks you get, so that you're doing more things per week. Not only do I think that, at least for myself, maybe a lot of people, when they see this, they're likely to do the same amount of time, but now they're just playing your game. They're getting less. They're progressing less for their time. So ultimately, it just feels, in my opinion, is likely to feel like a negative. It's a anti-consumer, anti-player choice. I almost even think truncating this and making this an 8-week thing or 7-week thing is more pro-consumer than trying to say, yeah, sorry guys, like we really wanted the quests and the writing still on point, right? It's really neat. I think the trial looks fantastic, but now since that takes up resources, we have to spread them out. So now we spread it out into every other week. So every other week is interesting, not the first 4 weeks and then every other week, or every other week. Anything past the 4th, I would be absolutely shocked. I think I would be pleasantly surprised. Okay, not absolutely shocked, but pleasantly surprised that I would find anything at 6, 8, or even 10. The 10 is customarily just there for me, like anything at 6 or 8. Usually 6 is unlocking maybe like something in the store or something. And then 8 is this. Does it say here? Probably doesn't. Incredibly disappointing on that front. So someone is clearly, I feel that whoever is making these decisions, the longevity and currency decisions, are greatly overshadowing and deafening whatever the developers who are making and writing stuff is doing. It's greatly overshadowing it. Like today, it's a 4 out of 10. Hands down, 4 out of 10. Below average. I think the content and stuff is above average, but other things far below average. Very noticeably. I would be a little bit more lenient if the thing that they change that's anti-consumer or anti-player is something that doesn't rear its head every single day or every single week. If you add something or take away something, taking away something that may occur as a part of the week is fine, in my opinion. But it's strictly, yeah. So it's Defense of the Moon Dancer. I'm not even sure if I want to play this. I guess we'll finish this up. What? Why is this showing here? That's weird. Okay. Okay. All right. I guess we'll complete this. Yep. Yeah. Not much to say. I think I said pretty much what I needed to say. Something about quality over quantity may be inserted into this segment, but I haven't really thought about how to word it. Trying to focus on increasing the length by stretching limited, like trying to stretch limited content, is far less appreciated than having the content stretch over an appropriate time. So content for an appropriate amount of time goes a long way. I mean, if Claire Obscure and other notable examples in gaming, I think it goes without saying that I don't think people are that ignorant to when a developer group is possibly forced to stretch requirements. So I'm not entirely convinced it's a developer's choice here. It's a shame though. It really does strike me as an executive choice. Or it could be one of the developers and they're compliant. It's the consequence of being compliant. Like, I would still play the amount of time I would play, but then I would just play 2 characters. Like, I would play my other characters in that same time frame. You make dungeons. Dungeons are fantastic, and when dungeons are fantastic, people play with multiple characters. If you stretch the dungeon and make it nearly inaccessible, or stretch a trial and make it nearly inaccessible, then less people play it, and then over time, less and less. And those people eventually get to the point where there's nothing to play, so they leave. Like, you form a new baseline for your quality, right? Quality can trickle up and can trickle down. Quantity can trickle up and trickle down. It creates a new baseline for what to expect. So you could make an argument, well, okay, this is the new norm, right? The new norm. So in the next mod, they could backtrack on it, and technically that strategy also works. Like, oh, make a mod that is a huge stinker, and then hope to contrast that with something different. Like, oh, hey, I know our last one really sucked. Here's a new one, and we answered your thing. So that could be a strategy. I think that has been done before, for sure. Well, I guess we'll find out in the next mod. Find out in the next mod. I'm more of a fan of live service developers that keep taking a few steps towards a big thing, right? So over time, when you look back on it after years of playing a game or something, you're like, man, this game is finally fully featured or something, you know, a love of labor kind of situation. Or a labor of love kind of situation. This would not be one of them. Recently I bumped into, like, occasionally you can find sentinels who play, like, people who play sentinels, right? And one of the most generic reasons, or like one of the most stereotypical behavior that demonstrates how unengaging playing a sentinel is that they would typically do a thing where oh, you put on something that gives you maybe like minimal aggro while you're running around. So all they do is run around the mob, like hit no buttons at all, no moves, no encounters. You just run around in circles. And that's actually kind of one of the things that Sentinels are kind of okay with. You have lots of passive speed, right? Passive movement speed. So you just stack movement speed and then you run around in circles without pressing any buttons. And it just demonstrates how inane much of the encounters are. Like, just the play style in general. I still do the same thing, minus like sentinel slashing nowadays. The reason I bring that up is I think one of the ideas behind the change in adjustment was to try to increase the diversity of tanking, and instead reduced the sentinel to even less options. You don't make a comment about, oh, don't worry, like a I know, a euphemism. It's like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna make other things in place of taking things away. But ultimately they took something away and didn't replace it with anything or substitute. So limiting the way to interact with the game. I kind of just play less and less Sentinel. There's less and less things to be interested in. I don't know who made that decision either. I'm kind of curious. I think it would be brave, but also really informative if when live service games, especially live service games, where a design choice, right? A design choice, whatever it may be, when they update, because there are a lot of updates, that the person who's responsible for the update take ownership of it in like a patch notes or something, like design changes, where you can see the direct feedback of someone, a member of the team, being involved and making decisions. Like, I want to know who decided that changing the weekly currency down to 10 is, because I want to hear what that person has to say about it. And then who did subsequent changes. I think back in the day that used to be very interesting to me. Where like, oh hey, there's this change to Blade Masters because so-and-so really likes his Blade Master gameplay. So this developer focuses quite a lot on doing the Blade Master stuff. Nowadays it's you can't, it's just diffused most of the time. Like, oh, okay, someone did this, some nebulous person. Kind of makes it so that, in my opinion, that person doesn't take accountability for their decision making. Like, oh, hey, I think this is a great idea, and it stays closed up. Like, who thought this was a great idea? Well, we'll never know. We'll never know. And because they're nebulous, the best method to not engage in this is to leave the game in general. And then obviously the other alternative or consequence of this is to blame the entire organization. You blame the entire group instead of having one person or any member of the group be responsible for making decisions that are unfavorable. I think it works both ways, holding accountability for design choices that are unfavorable, and then also holding players accountable for being competent enough to participate, right? Not project their own personal design choices, but to actually actively make comments towards a person who's responsible for decision making. I think live service kind of deflates that quite a lot in both ways because it's a working relationship. I had like a long digression about today about the difference between a long-standing professional relationship versus the hyper optimized perspective of internet culture nowadays with their relationship with the people who create things versus the people who consumes those creations. And a lot of times live service is the gold standard now to understanding or emphasizing how important it is to maintain a long-term professional relationship between the community that consumes your content versus a one-off, right? You release a game, you wash your hand of it, and you move on. I think this one it's inconsequential, I suppose, to people who expect that once they finish this, they just leave the game. Or it's inconsequential to a developer who makes a choice and they're like, we'll get it next time. Versus because no one's going to be held accountable for it, right? Only the people in the team, but in my opinion, I would love to know, like I can defer or refer to someone who made these design choices. But I think that type of out of touch nature of Cryptic is very obvious. They are not people who are much more of the modern standard where there's a open relationship or a parasocial relationship being established between the live service provider and their community. I think games that live service models that have regular updates and regular announcements in which people have representation, right? Even PSO2 NGS2, I mean PSO2 NGS has a regularly monthly presentation or some sort of accountability for standing behind their product. In this case, Cryptic tends to stand behind like words, and those words are empty vessels for people who make decisions on a daily basis with no consequences. I personally think it's very hard to nail down what is it that explains some of these decisions regarding how to encourage players to play the content, right? This is not it. But maybe that's too much of a hot take. I think we'll see where they go from now on. Next week, I might be able to glean what this is. But then we'll find out the following week. But yeah, something to think about. Again, I complete weekly hauls. Less than 3 hours. Usually I try not to talk, not to exceed 3 hours now because it's bootstrapping to the same thing. So I usually pick up a nice movie, maybe watch the D&D movie while I'm going through my other tunes. That's kind of how I interact with live service. I'm particularly invested in developers that have presence and then publishers that like to enable developers to have presence, because that's when you can trust the product or you can find sentimentalism behind a product. I play Neverwinter as a way to unwind and vibe, I suppose, while watching and consuming other things. I watch like the announcement stuff from PSO2. I go to their site and look at updates. Same to Neverwinter. Whenever there's like a patch notes, I look over the patch notes. However, there isn't that impression of the person writing the patch notes is in some way connected with the people who are making the patching and whatnot. So it's kind of a little disjointed experience. Otherwise, the stuff that I really get into are, playing Clear Obscura. And then I'm just digging for like interviews and stuff because it's awesome that certain other developers have the passion to impart their wisdom and their motivation behind their products. Live service seems like you have a mixed bag. I think one of the mixed bags are it can feel like every day is a treat or a very similar treat, or what will they do next? No Man's Sky, for example. And that's not even a live service. It's like live service adjacent. You know, that type of thing. Or you have that you can't quite put your finger on it, but it feels soulless. Like there's no more soul in, or no personality anymore in the stuff. It's business as usual. You eat your same dish or sip your same coffee without an interest in slowly embellishing that coffee. So then live service feels more like a mechanical routine than something you look forward to. And I typically couple it with something else. So when I play Neverwinter or get into like if I have to queue for the day, I am also currently doing something that I enjoy or look forward to in the day, like reading news, listening to a podcast. That's kind of how I offset. I don't think particularly something in Neverwinter that catches my eyes. Hearthstone is another example of a live service game, and I play something, and then eventually I play a season, and then their season will eventually optimize and get used to the season. And when that happens, a new season rolls around, and that is what you look forward to. You look forward to what will they do next, because it still genuinely feels like they're knowing that have a more impressionable way of demonstrating that, hey, we still like making mechanics and stuff. Here there are choices being made that is independent of mechanics. Doesn't really matter how long your story is or how short your story is. Some of the changes are befuddling, like looting got changed in my opinion in an anti-consumer way. The way tiering drops got even more exacerbated, right? Consistently introducing higher tiers of gear to institute to like create even higher rarity chances. This type of stuff reminds me of systems now that exist where a loot box contains a loot box in which then you get a chance to get the thing you have. So you have to open a loot box to get another loot box in which you can get a chance at the item. This is what that's like, but now it's baked into the game. Now you have everything where it's a chance of a chance of a chance. And the last time I remember doing this was in a Korean MMO, where it's a chance for a chance. And that, in my opinion, is a clever business strategy, at the same time ethically questionable practice, where you make it so that it obfuscates how rare it is for something to occur until someone has already invested a substantial amount of time in order to gain that playtime from the person or money from that person, and then be dissatisfied. But their dissatisfaction is not your concern because you did not supersede it. You believe that if you make it complicated enough, a chance, having multiple currencies lead to a chance, which then that chance leads to another chance, in which it leads to multiple materials that lead to the ultimate chance, the more steps and complicated that is, that to me is a business move. It's not a content move. So here, this is probably my biggest gripe, where they continue to expand the excuse, whoever it is, the excuse to introduce rarer and rarer chances upon chances. And I think that's, I mean, overall, it doesn't really affect me, because if I don't try to get these things, it doesn't impact my playtime, right? It certainly does reflect poorly on a developer group as a whole. So you could have at the same time team members that enjoy making stuff and doing stuff that isn't related to this, right? Unless it's the same team member, then you can't know, because Cryptic doesn't have faces and they don't have accountability for that. Like, did the person who made this gear, who's responsible for this gear, also decided how it's distributed? I don't think so. My impressions are the inconsistency in how gear and loot systems are experimented is kind of independent of whoever's making them. So this type of system, like consistently adding more tiers to the gear, is mechanically a business move. It is not mechanically a content move. Cue the like a gear that gets spin around 5 times. Or actually, I have an example from Magic the Gathering. There was one notorious Magic the Gathering set early on where they started introducing this idea of called reprinting, or in another, in like a JRPG game, color coding or rehashing. So here's an enemy, it's blue, it's ice. And here's an enemy, it's red. Same enemy, fire. So you spin through that. And then Magic the Gathering did that kind of too. Circle protection. Actually, Magic the Gathering is one of the oldest ones that I can think of that's still existing now, that do this quote reprinting, or iterating on a variant of something by multiplying it. So if you have 5 elements, you multiply it by 5. Whatever you make once, you make 5 times over by changing one aspect. To me, I feel even that is acceptable for extending game time. This, in my opinion, is borderline questionable, where now the game time is dependent on chance, and increasingly rarer and rarer chance. Not only do you have a rare chance of completing the trial or even participating in the trial, you're now, in my opinion, finding it reasonable to make those who are actually successful less successful at getting the thing, to increase their playtime overall. So I don't know where we're gonna go from here, but honestly, they've already entered the area, whoever the executive is. I'm guessing there's an exec that is responsible for loot box tactics and Zen tactics. There's already evidence in the store in this game that you get a loot box, you get rewards that lead to loot boxes, which require to open to get the loot you have, but occasionally those loot boxes open into loot boxes that are still random chance. It is a very successful tactic, and possibly not self-destructive, when you run a game like World of Tanks or something, where there is a thriving player base. In fact, I think it's just outright pay to win for that case. And I kid you not, I don't say pay to win too often, but their loot box system is that the best things are in those loot boxes. So they're not beating around the bush. Like I don't think it's they didn't came out to say that they're not pay to win, right? But this game, it might be as play to win as possible. Maybe that's the whole point. Like, oh, we need to balance the Zen store with the feeling of play to win, right? You're playing to win. However, playing to win costs something else, and I personally believe that costs way more than money, and that's time. And time with content that is done in a manner that the actual obstacle of achieving how much time you have is getting some virtual item at the cost of exponential increase in time. I would say at least exponential, or no, okay, a little softened. Multiplicative amount of time. For me, I think that's even more valuable than paying to win. In fact, if these things are placed on the Zen store, I'm okay with that. Like if I had to choose between spending like the emotional baggage, the obligations, even the lackluster feeling of constantly missing your loot rolls, for buying it by exchanging that time that I used to acquire the money to buy it, yeah, you're definitely making a strong case for that. In fact, I think another great business move, which I hope I don't see, I hope I don't, I'm not right about this. If you start selling more things that can alter the way your chances of getting these things, like special keys that allow you to re-roll the chest now. By the way, in this trial, you can't re-roll the chest. So if you decide to go to your Zen store and add keys that allow you to re-roll the chests for these things, then yeah, it's a fantastic business move. It's also arguably incredibly scummy already, but doing this is already very questionable. But I can see it. It is a pragmatic way to increase game time or money. So when you constantly increase tier sets and rarities, it makes for natural business moves to have a Zen store, to bolster or accompany that. What's a great example of that? Having artifacts that are simply S tier now, or super S tier, or having your loot boxes now contain quote unquote super S tier things, right? I mean, it's not necessary to be successful, obviously, or enjoy the game and whatnot, but that's where it's harder and harder to make a rationale for this being not a quantity of time and or purchase out of convenience game forward. Yeah, I really like to believe that the way loot is distributed is not heading in this like it's gonna be take a back step from this direction. I think this was okay. This stayed the same, right? And then this was fantastic. Actually, these two were okay. These two were pretty okay. It was a great step towards how to distribute, and then something happened here. Someone else is in charge. I feel like there was a team change. I don't understand this at all. So, or I understand it from a business standpoint. I don't understand it from a design standpoint. Like, so the next time when you're making this gear and stuff, and you just see this blank page on most of your players. In fact, I might actually even think whoever is doing the collections can collect enough data to demonstrate how successful these gear pieces are. What I mean by that is, if you data mine the collections of your existing players, and it's clear that it's dipping or the odds are too low, which I think is probably true about this module, the next module is going to take a back step from this. If they continue this path, I like to think that they probably looked at the numbers and it was fine, and I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong about it, where like, oh, most people actually did acquire all this gear and all existing gear. You can data mine that because your game's database keeps track of the collection. So if that is true, I like to think someone in Cryptic and or executive know that if they suddenly see that no one collected these gear pieces, or a substantial, like 90% of your existing player base do not end up collecting these gear pieces and whatnot, then this is a flop. So in the next, but I'll never know. Like, I would love to sit down, chat with or like have someone else, someone who hosts, interview the person who makes this decision and ask them, what are the metrics? What do the metrics look like that informed you that most people get this gear, right? Get this gear again, that their distribution, and what inspired you to think that this will raise player time and engagement by making a tier higher? And then what are you testing? Are you testing this? Is this a one-off to see if, are you basing your distribution, like how you're taxing your players, how you're getting them to pay, how you distributing, based on statistics of working things? Because business moves, in my opinion, are often, if you want to present something to an executive or investor, you got to show results. So I'm curious if this is an experiment, or maybe they put a band-aid on it and the next one could be something like these two, the relationship between these two, or the relationship between these two, where there's like, let's just test out putting in a even rare set and see how many people get the sets, right? And if it's like 5% of people, like 10% of people get this stuff, and then 10% of this 10% have these, then it's a flop, in my opinion. I think making gear that the majority of your player base do not even tackle or have is a pragmatic failure, in my opinion. Like, so you have your developers, you're making executive decisions, and you're telling your developers to make things that will not apply to the majority of their players. So then you decide, okay, we're gonna make a collection here, and players, every time they log in, they look at this as like, well, look at all this stuff that is irrelevant to my game experience. And then you try to think of like influencers and whatnot, and they would play something and you're looking at their collection, it's like, why didn't you get this stuff? It's like, because it's not worth my time. That's what it would say, at least it would communicate. For me, I will make a disclaimer. I like playing this game because it's a live service game. It allows me to do a lot of other things while I'm playing it. But in no way, when I see this, and I'm speaking for myself and not other people this time, I think I actually belong to the minority of players. When I see these shiny things, I see an hour, like 20 hour, 30 hour of artificial inflation of game time. In fact, if these were all automatic on completion, I still think it barely affect the value of these things, because you're going to release another module in like 5 months, which then you're sitting here like, oh, how do we pivot from these, or do we keep going? Do we double down on these and in the next module have another set of these rare things that you keep telling your developers to make that is irrelevant? As in, what I mean is, I'm not going to speak for the developers, but for myself, if I'm making something, I have to ensure, at least I would like to ensure on the executive side, that the developers that I have hired make things that players can experience and enjoy, because in my opinion, that would be a great motivation or incentive to give them the idea that when they're making something that people are interacting with. They're not making something for a paycheck. Like, this type of gear, to me, if I was the major player base, which I'm not the majority player in Neverwinter, I don't represent that. But for me, I'm like, hey, look, this page might as well be empty. And meanwhile, the developer who made this, right, whatever this is, we'll just talk about the gear. They made this. They probably aren't ignorant enough to turn a blind eye and say, well, I'm making this, but it's not like people will talk about it or enjoy it. I just do it because it's my job to do it. It's kind of like when you have a large company mandating a very influential group, Arcane Studios, for example, and asked them to make a live service game where it became soulless. These gear, to me, still seem like they're filled with soul. As in, it does look like when they're looking for modifications and stuff, they're having thoughts about it, but there's no redeeming quality in them. They just exist as a vaporware. This collection thing, this collection book is, in my opinion, it might as well be vaporware to me. I don't know how other people feel. They probably feel pretty good because they already do this stuff. So maybe that's what the data supports. But for myself, this stuff doesn't exist in the game. Most of, like, pretty much all of this stuff. So I can't make commentary on any of this stuff. And that's my personal choice, right? Like, I'm going to finish this module. I'm going to complete what's offered in the campaign and not see any of this stuff at all. And in my opinion, that kind of thing could deflate a developer. Like, if you ask a developer, hey, what do you make for Neverwinter? I heard that you work for Cryptic and you make gear or something. Can I see some of that gear? Like, what do players think of that gear? And my only thought is, if you made something like this, do players even like thank you for it, or do players even think it's exciting? Like, in my opinion, there's a lot of tact in allowing your developers. I'm like slightly talking to the executive maybe that is involved in this. I think developers are far more vibrant and passionate, and it's communicated through their game to their player base when they're not trying to fulfill executive orders or like whoever leadership is to tell you that, hey, making things that people don't get to play with, or expecting people to spend a lot of time but they're not going to, and you spend most of your life making this day in and day out only to realize that most people are not going to engage with it. I think that can be very devastating to a developer who likes to make things that impacts gameplay. Like the trial, for example, Master's Trial. I don't know what the statistics are, but I'll never know if the master's trial or the advanced trial is fun or not. Like, so maybe they have enough feedback for those things. But for gear, like, hey, this looks like interesting gear, and my only thought is they exist. I think. I'm not even sure. I don't know if there are any other people. Like if I like inspect someone, right? Well, there's no one on during this time. There's not a lot of people on this time. I think it's like 300, 400 people around this time zone. And then in the early mornings of EU, right? EU's early mornings and whatnot, it's about 800, right? Maybe like, yeah, 800, 900. So then it kind of averages out. It's dipping a little bit below like 600 to 700 average for people who log into Steam, of course. So my first thought is, yeah, sure, they exist. I haven't seen them exist in a while, by the way, during my time frame. So when I'm like looking at another player, I have not seen any of this. And what I do see is everything else that works. So I see tons of this, like tons of Mountain of Flames. In fact, I still see calls for Advanced Layer of the Mad Dragon, and also the Dread Sanctum, and I still see calls for the Imperial Citadel. This, non-existent. But hear me out. There is a collective group that spams a Discord that tries to group all the people up to run these things. So that might be a decent group. I think it's very telling when you need a third group, some other groups to organize. And I don't click on Discord things. Because Discord leads to software vulnerabilities and also abuse and potential scams and leaks. So if this game requires that to encounter a trial run, then to me personally, it doesn't exist anymore. Like the trials don't exist. The normal version of this trial exists because it is part of my game plan. That's the nature of your community, but I don't even know if there's a community manager that spends time playing this game anymore, or someone who plays this game that is a dev that communicates with an executive to demonstrate and communicate that you need discords in order to form groups play your entry game, to play your entry stuff, and that kind of is very telling. Exclusive clubs, if you will. So that's probably my slight rant to contribute to the other amount of play time for this. I wasn't gonna go through that stuff with the paladin and the fighter while I'm streaming. I will probably do that when I'm watching D&D. No Honor Among Thieves. I quite like that. I enjoy that movie quite a bit. So maybe I'll talk about some D&D stuff in the coming weeks, because I don't really anticipate that the experience is going to change. I will be really, really excited if 2 weeks from now there's some sort of retroactive patch that maybe allows me to say, hey, I'm going to do Tenebroth just to show you how much changed, or I'll do the encounter and talk about how the heroic encounters changed, or be excited that, hey, look at how many characters I can show in the game because I'm not here sitting doing the same task like 3 times over, right? That's probably how you deflate morale, and I think it also cheapens developer stuff by putting them behind probability walls. I think other games are pretty transparent about it. In fact, Capcom does this a little bit, even for their games that aren't live service. they often release a statistic. Sega does this for PSO2, where after every month when something new could roll out, or every 3 or 4 months they can roll out, they actually reveal metrics from like player-based feedback. And despite all that, they obviously are still experiencing decline. This game has 0 of that. In fact, I don't even think there's a face for owning up executive decisions anymore. So it's vaporware, I suppose. We'll see. I might sound incredibly negative about this, but I think I'm trying to sound as neutral. Like, it's not very an emotional point. This is live service. This is a particular approach to live service that in various cases have succeeded. World of Tanks is a great example of a particular model, but World of Tanks is a P thing. So that's in terms of PvEs, I think massive multiplayer PvE ones, this would stick out as confused, a little bit confused. Like for example, comparing them to MiHoYoverse or something. Approaches. We'll see. Yeah, that's it. Wanted to share a little bit of thoughts. Today, 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10. I think the knockout thing is the quest. I think those milestone quests are fantastic. This is a conclusion of the milestone quests, right? Any story related, it ends at week 4 or my week 5. And I think it was awesome. It's probably the highlight. They put a lot, it seems like they were very cheeky. They blended stuff. They even added a maze, like different little things. It earnestly felt like a Western fantasy thing. Like, I enjoyed collecting various pieces of things. You had to go to various places to show those things. With all of that, the stuff that people actually play this game for, which is probably not the stuff that I play this game for, most of the time I like looking forward to modules and seeing what else part of D&D that I can see in this game that I can find in the wild, right? Like Baldur's Gate 3, for example. It integrates a lot in usage of the D&D property. However, it is completely overshadowed by what I think is still the reason to play this game, which is trials and dungeons and whatnot. And I think it's completely overshadowed by the idea that intense and rarity somehow leads to more aspects of reward in a live service game. It's different if it's like an expansion game where you don't roll over and power creep and, you know, power creep your gear within half a year. Because that rarity, the higher that rarity you make, the harder it's becoming obtainium, the more negative it's going to be the moment an executive is going to tell you, you should release another module now. And then when you release that module, it phases out and creates another negative pit in this stuff. So constantly introducing rarer and rarer things are susceptible to negative power creep over and over again. I don't think that's normalizing. I think that's cognitive dissonance. So all of this like fantastic gear you have here, right? If you're not going to phase it out, there's even less incentive to play your next module. And then if you introduce the same rarity again, your next module will feel worse and worse because the gear is rare and then get phased out. So you're stuck with either you try to pivot and offer different type of gear so they don't overlap with the current gear, but then that triples the amount of time players are playing with the notion that this sucks. This like this rarity sucks. And it's kind of a mixed bag of older World of Warcraft with a failure to understand modern live service games. They get like a double whammy. I'm already looking forward to the next one. This is like technically the tentative conclusion of week 5 is the tentative conclusion for what I typically have to say about the content, because the content kind of ends at week 5, technically the week 4 milestone. There's nothing else. There's not much to say else. The rest is business. They're business moves, like how to bootstrap resources. So I don't imagine those things change. I think those things are very agreeable to whoever is mandating that how long this playtime should be, right? These stuff will not change at all. And they're not feeling. These are void of soul. There's no creative passion behind this, in my opinion. There's very little creative passion. So consider this the end of the part where I actually talk about the game so much so. And in the next 5 weeks, right? Week 6 through 10, I will probably talk about random live service things or other games that are coming about. Maybe even games that will ultimately replace Neverwinter for me. But for now, I do this because I look forward to the first 5 weeks. I actually really do honestly look forward to every new module. I talk to people about the module quite a bit. It's a labor, and sometimes I want to say it's a labor of love, but I don't feel that this was communicated in the pro player choice things. The other stuff, the map and the content and the voice, labor of love, like absolute labor of love. Yep. All right, folks, there you have it. I'll be back next week during reset, talking about a random topic, maybe some games that are competing for this space. I'm not sure what they're competing for. I'll try to think about it. Peruse around to see what other MMO games, like Western fantasy games, that are available that have since switched to live service, or maybe games that haven't, outside of like World of Warcraft, of course. Yeah, maybe that'll be an interesting topic for next week. Until then, you're more than welcome to chime in, tell me your experience, share. We can even exchange some coffee table talk while I go about this. I think that's what I enjoy about live service games. You can chit chat, exchange anecdotes, because when people play live service games, they've played it for a very long time, right? Oftentimes quite a long time. And it gives me an excellent platform or opportunity to talk about lifestyle choices and decision making, investments, savings, the difference between saving mindset and investment mindset, and how one negotiates getting catharsis from repetitious habit formation, like tasks, while coupling with productive tasks. I use this moment now, starting now and later for the next 5 weeks, as a way to meditate and chat with other people who have opinions and whatnot. So feel free to stop on by and exchange whatever. I will probably talk about language learning and whatnot from time to time, because that's what I'm currently doing in my current lifestyle. Anyways, there you have it. Open invitation. Good luck, everyone. I'll catch you next Monday if you're interested. Take care, stay safe, stay happy, or try to stay happy, take care. Stay safe, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye. Bye bye.